time has come where we thought that we needed to step it up a notch. And this is what we are doing today. We are the Nordic international financial institution. So we are owned by the 5 Nordic countries and 3 Baltic states. And effectively, what we do in terms of climate is we support the ambition to become net zero of our member countries. So we invest and we work with our clients and we invest in projects in our economies towards net zero. That's fundamentally what we do. Now, if we take it back a notch a second, the starting point is actually not that bad in our region. So of course, here we are a COP. Climate is a global challenge, but if we zoom in into the Nordic Baltic region, actually over the last decades, we have been able to decarbonize over time, over the last decades, primarily thanks to the green energy transition. Now, there is still a lot to do, but the energy sector in our member region is somewhat developing in the right direction. And we as NIB, we have been investing in that sector. That's why over the last 2-3 years, what we have done, we signed up to TCFD in 2019, and what we have done, like a bank should do, we started looking at our portfolio and calculating our financed emissions. And here on the right-hand side, you see the outcome of that exercise. So we actually have only less than 10% of what we classify high risk in terms of climate in our portfolio, right? And if you look, our portfolio looks relatively clean as a starting point, yeah? But then we look at the temperatures in 2023, record year again. Things are not going in the right direction. So is this enough? We don't think so. So the whole point with the new strategy is to step it up a notch, really, okay? Even in our region, and the contribution that our region has globally needs to improve and needs to further decarbonize. So what we are doing today, we are launching our new climate strategy. We are setting very clear commitments. Net zero bank by 2050, that's fully aligned with our member countries. We are setting midterm targets. We are covering 67% of our financed emissions, the most relevant and material sectors. And the idea is, you know, so you could argue, 67, is that enough? We will work further on that. And over the coming years, we will set more targets and increase the coverage of our portfolio. And that's the plan for 2024. Now, what we have done also is we have set these targets on a science-based logic. So today we also have on our panel, Science-Based Target Initiative. Let me be clear, our targets are not validated yet, okay? But the plan is to validate them next year. But we have used the science-based methodology. So we are moving from financial commitments to actually science-based type of commitments. And I think at the bottom here, maybe the last bullet, is the most important element of our strategy. As I said, we have been investing in green for a long time. We will continue to do that. But the realization is that we need to move those sectors that are not moving yet, what we call slow lane sectors, hard to abate sectors. We need to bring the finance where the emissions are and then bring the emissions down. That's really what the next step is for our region and where NIB wants to get involved. So we will engage even more on hard to abate sectors and our clients. And we have, again, on the panel today, a client which we have been working on exactly this direction. And we will also have specific products to do that. Transition finance and sustainability-linked lending. So linking our lending to transition targets of our clients. But also typical of our region is that, yes, the emissions are not that high, but probably because they happen somewhere else. And we have very deep and long supply chains. So Scope 3 and supply chain tracking is something that we will look further in the next years. All of this means, look at the graph on the right-hand side. Now, this is illustrative. Hopefully, actually, we will not have this dent, or it will be lower. But as an illustration, we are not afraid to get our hands dirty and then clean them up. That's the concept of the strategy. So it might be that in the immediate term, we might have an increase of our financed emissions, but then we bring them down. That's the fundamental logic of our strategy. And we have set targets to 2030 exactly to follow that strategy and that logic, okay? So, as I said, we started with oil and gas. We are already not basically invested in oil and gas, and we will maintain that position. There is no reason to get involved in that. No exposure to oil and gas. Power and heat is a big sector in the Nordics, especially the heat. Here it's nice and warm. I flew in yesterday. It was something like -10 in Finland. So, very important sector for our region. It represents over half of our financed emissions as a bank. Our target is an intensity target. We'll bring that down by 50% by 2030 in our portfolio. Then we have the hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, and aluminum. We don't have, at the moment, a lot of exposure there. The idea is to increase the exposure, but to do that only with very well-defined science-based boundaries. So we will play, but we will play within the boundaries that science tells us we can play with. And we will work with our clients to bring them down. But it doesn't stop there, because we also have sectors like capital goods, consumer retail, where the supply chain element becomes particularly important. Now here, we set engagement targets, as SBTi, I think, would call them. So here, the sectors are so varied, and the products are so varied, that we can't set a intensity or metric for every single business. But what we do is we ask the clients to set their own targets, or even better, ask the clients to then work with their suppliers to set science-based targets. So you have this domino effect where the whole supply chain has science-based targets and tries to clean up to 2030. And finally, we also have a target on real estate. So the built environment, again, very important in our member region. We are already quite efficient, but there is still more to do also there. And don't forget that what we build today will probably be still around in 2050. So very important sector to cover. So you see the logic, right? Oil and gas out, power and heat core, get strong reduction, engage in the hard to abate and in the supply chain and bring those down, and built environment, take care of that. That's basically it. I won't spend more time. There is a whole document out there today. It's Sunday, but if you want, read that up. But as usual, these are just papers. So I think the message of COP and the message from me is, yes, read it up, but then act as much as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luca. And now I see that Ligia has arrived. So please take a seat. Take a seat. And yes, now we move to our panel. So maybe now with Ligia first. Maybe you could explain a little bit, just to give a short description about the SBTi. What is SBTi? And actually, what is it that you are trying to reach?
Sure. And first of all, I'm so sorry I was a bit late. I've been since 8:30 in the wrong pavilion, in the Norway pavilion, but they treated me really well. I got some water, some coffee, so here I am. Sorry for the confusion and for missed the first part of your presentation, Luca, but very happy to be here. So I'm Ligia. I work as a regional lead for Latin America. I'm Brazilian, so I arrived yesterday, like 5 hours ago. I'm still a bit just warming up here, but very happy to be here with you. So in the SBTi, what we do is we work with science. So we are a coalition among 4 international organizations that are the CDP, the UN Global Compact, the WRI, and WWF. And what we do is that we translate the climate science that, for instance, IPCC, the International Energy Agency, develops or gathers into tools, criteria, methods that companies and financial institutions for all over the world can use to understand how much and how fast they need to decarbonize to reach or to support us as the world to limit global warming to 1.5 C and to reach the net zero emissions by 2050. And besides offering these criteria, methods, and tools, we also validate the targets. So as Luca was telling us, sharing with us, we have two moments. So the first one is when a company or a financial institution commits to the SBTI. So it means that...
And that we have done.
Yeah, exactly. So a company or IFI commit to SBTI, so meaning that they are committing to develop a target within 2 years, aligned with our criteria and method and all, and then they have to submit the targets for validation and start the validation process. So that is the third part validation process. And then so the SBTI indicates how much and how fast they need to decarbonize, to be aligned with 1.5C or net zero. It is very credible because it's aligned with science. So it's not how much you can reduce, but how much you need to reduce to be aligned with science. It also validated by us, by a third party that is independent. And our targets are also comparable. So especially for a financial institution, it can be really, really important. So you can have like a cement company from Norway or from Brazil, and you can somehow compare their performance. So I think those are the best benefits we have. And I don't know if you want me to say anything else now.
How many counterparts we have?
Yeah, sure.
We have signed up?
Yeah, so now we have almost 7,000 companies and FIs committed globally. This week, we reached a series of milestones. So we now have 4,000 companies and FIs with targets validated. We also have 500 net zero targets validated. So this means that these companies are the ones with the highest level of ambition. And we have around 250 financial institutions. From this group, 74 have already validated targets. So numbers are growing weekly. Every Thursday, we publicize the new numbers, and I invite you all to follow because every week we have like 40, 50 new commitments.
How can you deal with such a big inflow of, how can you sort of
It's
validate?
not easy at all.
Yeah.
We are expanding our team, also making our criteria tools even more available so that people can understand better what they need to do, easier, quickly. But every week we are hiring like 2-3 new target analysts to be able to process everything we need to do and to scale up the adoption of science-based targets globally.
Okay, Luca will of course submit this strategy and the targets for the validation. But is there anything what you have now looked at on the superficial that is? What do you think about this idea of getting hands dirty and then wash them?
I think it's what we need, right? We need to be ambitious to align with 1.5C and net zero. And I have two minor comments. One is that we now have a still guidance aligned with 1.5C that we launched like a week ago, not a week, a month ago. So I invite you also to get to know, maybe align your targets with 1.5C. And with regards to the supply chain engagement, we have also launched a new set of guidances for this with training videos, case studies, so it also can be supportive of the work you are doing with the supply chains for the engagement targets.
All right, thank you, Licia. And then maybe I give you some questions to Noor Amrani, representing FL Smith, which is, of course, one of these hard-to-abate, working in the hard-to-abate sectors. How is your company using the science-based targets?
Yeah, so maybe I'll just shed a little bit more light on the sectors that we are supporting.
Maybe you can keep the micro a bit closer. Yes, yes.
Is that okay, right?
Yeah.
So FL Schmidt is a Danish technology provider to two industries, cement and mining. And combined, these two sectors, they represent 10% of global emissions. So that's not insignificant. And 4 years ago now, we have set our sustainability program, Mission Zero, where we committed to develop the solutions for our customers to support them towards zero emission. So develop all the solutions by 2030 so that you can have zero emission cement, and likewise in mining. Cement is 7 to 8% of the global emissions. Then mining is the rest from the 10% that I mentioned. In mining, what we need to understand is it's a very energy intensive and water intensive industry as well. So the focus is on reducing the energy waste from these processes and also the water usage. So just to set a little bit the picture, because these two sectors we can't do without, unfortunately. We need them for the infrastructure, for the renewable energy, for the batteries of the future. So we can't just say we don't want it. We have to find solutions. And we have made a long way from that perspective. Now, coming to your question on the science-based target. So we have our science-based target being validated. And what it encompasses is basically our own emissions of our operations, but that's very, very small. From, if you look at the scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, it's very small. Our own operations is less than 1%. And then we have our scope 3 emissions, which are the significant part from our customers and from our suppliers, also relatively small. So what we have set as a target is for our own operation is to be carbon neutral by 2030. And that's through different means, but for example, investing in renewables. And then I'd like to talk about our suppliers and our customers, because I think that's the interesting part. So as far as our suppliers are concerned, and you mentioned the domino effect, which I really like, is we have set a target of the spend on our suppliers by 2025, so that's a few years from now, needs to be from suppliers that also have a science-based target. And I'm sitting in my office next to the person responsible for the discussions with the suppliers, and I just witnessed those discussions with the suppliers and the ability that we have, or the power of procurement, as I call it, of basically encouraging them to set a science-based target. And also see the happy face of my colleague when she's managed to convince one of our suppliers to set a target. So, you know, the domino effect of the science-based target can be very, very powerful. Then from our customers' perspective, the way we look at it is in terms of economic intensity, so of what we sell, and basically making sure that what we sell is increasingly the solutions that enable our customers in mining and cement to reduce their emissions. And that is basically, we try to achieve that by making sure that the business, the salespeople, they have their own targets as well, KPIs, in terms of, you know, pushing for the solutions, and also investing in R&D that focuses on making sure we achieve our sustainability commitment.
So you said that you are actually working with your suppliers,
Yep.
sort of on these science-based targets. What about then financiers? Does it help? Do these targets help you when you are in engagement with the financiers?
Yes, absolutely, and I think we have a very good example from this year, where we have a new shareholder that increased nearly 15% of our shares, and they've done it because of our sustainability commitment and because it's validated. And also what you highlighted, right? You're not so much into the hard-to-abate sectors, but there is an increasing understanding from the financiers that they cannot ignore, you know, the hard-to-abate, the difficult ones. It's relatively easy to invest in renewables, but actually you also need to go for the hard-to-abate sectors, and you know the mining industry that will be supplying the minerals for the energy transition.
Yeah. Okay. FSB is of course engaged with the discussing with suppliers. As a financial institution, of course, our portfolio could consist of different counterparts who are of course having the science-based targets. So basically, we have the same engagement sort of target with our stakeholders.
Yeah, and if I can add some reflections, I mean, you say it, Jukka. I mean, I think what we call it domino effect. If you want, you can think about reaching a critical mass within a value chain. We also look very much at value chain thinking. I don't think we're going to transition to sustainability unless we have a value chain approach where we are looking, you know, whether it's cement, whether it's steel, it's materials, e-mobility, whatever you want, and you need to look and fix every piece of the value chain, right? And that we can do as a financier, as you say, because we have clients across the value chain. So as a bank, we can set our own targets and work with clients across the value chain. But then interestingly, within that value chain, one of the clients could work with the suppliers in that value chain, right? So you're building a critical mass using a very established framework, science-based, and suddenly we have all together, collectively, a direction of travel, right? And that's also super powerful from a bank perspective, because then we can see the whole thing transitioning and we can finance it, right? If it's just one piece of the puzzle, it's not going to work, right? Yeah. So that's, I think, the new thinking. That's how we have set the strategy. I think that's how science-based target framework is set up. And FLSmidth and the sustainability-linked loan that we have with them is a prime example of what we want to do more of, basically.
Yeah, one question actually to FLSmidth relating to this. It sounds a little bit theoretical also, these science-based targets, but maybe can you just give one example what your company is doing in concrete terms to reach those targets?
Yeah, so I'll focus on the solutions, right? So I mentioned, for example, that we have a number of solutions to enable the decarbonization of cement. Right, so we have developed. It's a hard to abate sector. The reason for that is that it's not only emissions related to the energy, but the process, and you therefore need to look into how you change the whole recipe of how you make cement in order to get there. And you know that you won't achieve 100% without, for example, carbon capture. But there we have developed a solution which is a calcined clay, which is basically using an alternative method to producing cement, changing a little bit the ingredients. It doesn't get you to 100% greenhouse gas emissions reduction, but it can get you to up to 40% as of today. So making sure that that we are pushing these solutions with our customers, that we also work with the banks, just try to make sure that we make a case for that, and that these solutions are implemented. And again, the financial institutions have been critical in making sure that the first of these solutions are being implemented. So that's one example, and there are many, many others. But that's in terms of how you can make an impact on your customer side, because again, more than 99% of our emissions come from our customers.
Yes, this action is quite important. That's why the next question actually to all of you is that how is the follow-up to these targets? Maybe Luca, you can start. Okay, maybe Licia, yes.
She's been quiet for a while.
Okay, happy to. So, as the SBTi, we validate the targets, so not the strategy of the company on how they will achieve the target. But then what we do is that every year, after a company or an FI has its target validated, it has to also publish its GHG emission inventories, and also their progress against the targets in a public space, so that any and every stakeholder can get the information and follow up. What we do is that we also yearly get this information, summarize and publish in our yearly monitoring report. So we communicate how companies and financial institutions committed and with validated targets are progressing to achieve or not their targets. And also one of our criteria is that every 5 years, this organization has to review the targets and, if needed, resubmit the targets for validation to make sure that the targets are still aligned with the latest science. And we are also inviting them to upscale the ambition of the targets. So it starts with a net zero with a short-term target and then move to a net zero target. So always making sure that the right ambition is there.
So it's basically transparency and reporting.
Exactly.
Is that if the company tries to wash their hands, but they are still dirty, the issue is transparency, that then everyone can see that that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Luca, follow up.
Yeah, I can maybe bring it one level further. Absolutely, we need to monitor, we track transparency, right? But then you could argue, what happens if some of our clients start missing their targets? Clearly, they're not on track, right? Which could be I think you're doing fine, First Smith, but could be the case, right? And then as a financier, that becomes interesting, actually. Because, if you wanted to be very, rigorous, you could argue, okay, at that point, you know what? You're not going to see our money anymore. You're not delivering according to the promises. Typical banking approach would be, then we don't trust you, and we move on. But I think the conversation is going to be different. I think the conversation needs to remain one of engagement. And for us, it's very much understanding, is this transition and the commitment from the client still a robust and credible one? So that's what we are going to always check as a financier. And we will use the targets and the monitoring and the transparency as an information point to understand that credibility. Of course, if that credibility drops and that trust is not there anymore, then I do think that financiers should depart from certain clients, right? But if the trust is there, then instead we should work together to develop the next technology, the next solution, or push it even more in order to recoup the target that we are missing at the moment, right?
All right, Nor, you have already a bit more experience with the following up. So how do you follow up?
So we're reporting every year on those targets in our sustainability report, and we're progressing well. But so I said, we have this target of making sure that the sale of our equipment, of our solutions, 56% of that is of solutions that actually have an impact in terms of CO2 emissions by 2030. So that's the target. And last year we already achieved 50%. But this is something typically that could be very volatile and change from one year to another, because it might be that one year we sell less of the solutions than another. And that's where, this conversation, the direction and you can address this volatility over time, but at the beginning, it is something challenging. And, you need to have these upfront discussions about, okay, well, this year you did really good. I don't know about next year, right? But it's just to say you need to be able to have that conversation upfront about we're doing good. It might be that next year we're not doing good, but on the long run, we know we'll get there because we have put all the necessary resources behind.
All right, thanks, Nor. Now I would actually like to invite the Markus Talborg, who has been now actively listening to this discussion, to give a sort of a reflection that what do you think about this discussion?
I'll stand here. Yeah, thank you very much. It has been very interesting. I was once told that at a demonstration in Copenhagen, there was some youth who were standing with a sign where it said, "What do we want? A science-based target. When do we want it? After it's been pay-per-viewed." So at that, I really think that this is very great to hear. And I was fascinated about the talk about the trust and the transparency, because that is something that I would say the youth has as a critique. There's a point that there's a fragment that these science-based targets could be used at greenwashing companies that are actually not delivering. So, and when you're talking about that, there needed to be a trust between the bank and the companies. Then there also needs to be a trust between the youth and the companies and the banks, because we have our trust in you right now, and you need to show that that trust is valid to put in you. So how are that you making sure that you are not being used to being greenwashing companies that are actually not developing or giving what they are saying they will and delivering on these targets? I'll say that's one of the points from the youth. Thanks.
All right, how to avoid greenwashing? Short round.
Again, the transparency, and I mean, for me, the science-based target is really powerful because you have your targets, they are validated, and you need to report on them, and you show the progress. There's no way around that, right? But to the point that you were making, I think it's the trust with the youth is something essential, because we need that. That's the future workforce, and we need that they trust those systems that we put in place and where we can demonstrate that we are actually progressing, so that we can attract them to come and work with us and make sure that this work is continued and pushed further. So I just want to highlight that this trust with the youth, then maybe it's something we need to work on. Also, if there is mistrust from the youth on the science-based target, have a clear conversation about that and address it, so that we can feel confident that this is a tool that is actually really making a difference.
To add something?
Thank you. This is a very good question and very important one. In the SBTI, we recognize it, and we are working now in a project called MRV, probably, so for measuring, reporting, and verification, meaning that companies will have to report to us yearly or bi-yearly, we don't know yet, but how they are progressing. We will have a set of criteria to do so, so expanding the level of transparency that we have.
Can you put a bit closer?
Oh, sorry. And more than that, I think we also need this kind of multi-stakeholder monitoring process. So by companies, governments, financial institutions, other non-state actors, so that we can have a full, let's say, loop or ways of monitoring this ambition loop.
Luca.
Maybe very quickly. I think you raise a good point in terms of trust, right? The trust is not only, in the client bank and system. It's also towards other stakeholders, towards society and the youth, right? And to that, I would say, just keep us honest. Keep challenging. If you see things that we do that are not right, say it. And I can promise you that most of the time on our side, if there is that, it's not. The intention is not negative. It's sometimes down to knowledge, right, and data, and so on. So I think that's maybe my comment. The second comment would be around the fact that we are getting smarter. I think greenwashing or robustness of the frameworks are stronger in certain areas. I think scope 1 and 2, it's getting there. It's pretty robust also in terms of data and as a bank. Scope 3, which we mentioned, which we want to get into, and supply chains, a bit more challenging. So there it's a little bit more difficult to track and be super scientific about it. That should not stop us from acting in the right direction, right? But again, the main point is keep us honest.
All right, thank you very much. Is there now someone from the audience who would like to challenge us or just comment? Maybe you bring the microphone there.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for this very useful discussion. I represent the board of the bank, so I'm familiar with this presentation. But what I would like to say, 2 points. That from the board members, many of them are from finance ministries, and we look at from the perspective of creating a credible financial markets. And this is part of the big picture, that when we are transforming our financial systems into sustainability, we need this kind of work. And it doesn't come easily. You need a lot of competencies and expertise. They don't just appear. We know how difficult it is to get experts. NIB is a small bank, and that's why big hand to the team. And the validation, it was really interesting to hear what you had to say about the validation, because it's part of the credibility. So really appreciate that. So thanks a lot for this very useful event.
All right, thank you. All right, now we talked about any other intervention. No, we talked about green washing, but maybe we could also talk about green wishing. So maybe I would like to have a concluding remark. What is your green wish? Maybe we'll start with Nor.
That's a good question, and we are at COP, right? So we put a lot of hopes on what can be the outcome of this COP, because we are at a crossroad in terms of ability to meet the 1.5. But I would say my wish is not to put all the hopes on this, but to make sure that we work continuously. And that we make a difference every day. And from that perspective, I just wish that we all meet our targets.
Well, for me, definitely having more and more companies committed to the SBTI, validating their targets, uh, also having a truly global presence. So financial institutions also have this power of driving action globally. So being from the Latin American, from the global south, I really wish we have more companies in the region committing. So I give you here this call to action, like let's commit, let's make this a really truly global initiative.
Can I have three?
Yeah.
Maybe no, but I have three wishes, reflections. I mean, the first one is not to lose track of this long-term challenge that we have, given all the short-term challenges that we have in the world, which tend to take a lot of bandwidth from any of us, actually. And I think we shouldn't lose track, and my wish is that we don't lose track of this massive long-term challenge, which is becoming actually closer and closer, right? That's number one. Number two, I think I would wish actually that we increased even further the collaborative spirit in this challenge. COP, we always have, this is my, I don't know, nth COP. The whole world comes together, but we discuss, sometimes I still see bickering, I still see blaming, I still see, and I really would wish that we got away with that and just worked at it much more together in all dimensions, across value chains, across geographies, across technologies. So that's my second wish. And my third wish is not to get stuck in details. Sometimes we discuss data, transparency, we like this, we like that, and by that, we use it almost as an excuse for action. Climate change is an order of magnitude challenge. It's not about the 2-3%. We need to cut emissions by 90%, 100%. So we know the direction, so let's just do it. Don't get stuck in the little details.
Thanks, Luca. Now I just got intrigued that I want to have Markus to reflect again on these wishes. And what is your wish? You are representing, of course, the youth here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I think my wishes will be that that maybe the hands won't get dirty, but the hands will get clean. I think that the company is very fast, and these economic streams will go to the clean energy and will go to companies that are working for a green transition, so we can end and see that that companies actually are working towards a better future, both for the ones living and the ones that are coming. So that will be my end hope, that the hands will get clean.
Thank you very much. I hope the hands will get clean. So thank you, audience. Thank you, panel. And with these wishes, I think I can conclude that now the NIB's new climate strategy has been officially launched. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and warmly welcome to our session on climate finance for gender equality. A warm welcome also to the Nordic Pavilion. The Nordic countries are really in the forefront of gender equality action. Our societies are very known for being gender equal, and that translates also very much into our international operations, in our development cooperation. I bring you greetings from the Nordic Development Fund. My name is Lena Klossner, and at the fund I work as the Deputy Managing Director. We have a wonderful session today lined up with experts, colleagues, friends from different collaborations we've had globally around climate and development. And COP is a COP, and we need to improvise always. And unfortunately, some of the speakers that we intended to have today are not able to be present, but nevertheless, we will be having a wonderful panel. And to kick off the activities, I would like to welcome Chieta Mazaiwana, who joins us from the EEP Africa program. EEP Africa stands for the Energy and Environment Partnership Program. It's a trust fund that NDF manages. And you've seen many projects throughout your career as program manager for the program. So we invite you to share your thoughts, your reflections, and experiences from the EEP program. You're welcome to join here.
Thank you, Lena. Very excited to be here to share experiences that we have as EEP Africa from the work that we implement in East and Southern Africa, and to also showcase how climate change has impacted the lives of women and girls in Africa. Before I do that, I will quickly run through what EEP Africa is. So we are a multi-donor trust fund. We have implementation partners, SNV, and Open Capital Advisors, and managed by the Nordic Development Fund. We provide grant financing, which is catalytic to innovative programs in clean energy. We strongly believe in locally driven solutions to address the energy challenges that communities face. We work in 15 countries in East and Southern Africa. And before I go into a case study that I'll be presenting, it's important to highlight that indeed climate change affects women disproportionately. And we have seen that through the experiences that we have on the ground. Traditionally, as African women, we have this responsibility of providing food and ensuring food security for the household. We have the responsibility of making sure there's enough water in the household to be used and to ensure that everything in the family is working well. So I will take you to Malawi. This lady you see here, her name is Chilongoma. Chilongoma is a 30-year-old mother of 3, and she is a smallholder farmer. And as a smallholder farmer, she has always been relying on traditional knowledge on when the rainfall is going to come, and that is what she used to plant her crops. However, due to climate change, things started changing. The rainfall patterns became more erratic. And what that meant was she was not able to produce enough food for her household to run throughout the following year up to the next season. So what did she start doing as an option? She dug up wells in her garden and started using watering cans to at least water the plants that she had. But that didn't work as well because the dry spells became prolonged. And what that meant was those streams dried up quickly. The only options that she had was to move 800 meters to go and fetch water, using that same watering can to water her plants. And that was limiting. She would take a whole day just to water half of the acre of land that she had. So we supported Wala Wala is a local women-led company that was piloting distribution of solar water pumps, and they were working with smallholder farmer groups, of which Chilongoma is part of those, one of the groups that are being supported by Wala. So they contributed their funds, managed to access a pump, and then the balance would be paid over the next harvest seasons. So what that did for the women, they managed to double their harvest, and what that meant was they have enough to feed their families, but also have enough to go out to market. They received training on how to treat farming as a business and became more empowered because of the livelihood improvement and the income that they started to earn. They started to diversify crops. In the past, they only used to grow maize, but now other horticultural produce as well. And as you can see there, this is the crop that and harvest that Chilongoma and the group had late last year. And we are not able to talk about a climate just transition without talking about transportation for the rural women in the communities. The lady you see here, her name is Pauline. She's a smallholder dairy farmer. The canister that you see her holding weighs 5 kgs, and in its maximum capacity weighs 26 kgs. Pauline has to deliver milk to the milk collection center 2 times, one time in the morning and then late afternoon. The journey to the milk collection center, 7 kilometers to and from. So what that meant is she was traveling 14 kilometers a day, and that took her 3.5 hours per trip, 7 hours. So if you compare, we put it into context. You go to work 8 to 5, that's 8 hours. In those 8 hours, Pauline is delivering milk in 7 hours. So we supported a company, Mobility for Africa. They were rolling out electric trikes. It's a 3-wheeler, which is a capacity of carrying 400 kgs. And with that, Pauline managed to access that e-trike. They have charging stations where batteries are charged by solar, and they go and swap the battery and are able to go for 100 kilometers per single charge. What that meant for Pauline, she was now able to go and do her deliveries, her 2 deliveries, in 2 hours. She saved 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen, due to having access to sustainable transportation systems. In addition to that, she started collecting milk from her neighbors at a fee to bring it to the milk collection center. She also started saving money because she had to be paying other laborers to help her collect food for the cows and to collect water for the cows as well. Her revenue increased, and the milk that she used to live, because she only had a carrying capacity of that can, she used to live 8 liters per day, but now she's able to carry all of that. That particular company also has piloted another business model for transport and logistics, where they train female drivers to drive around and ferry anything and everything in the community, so providing transport services for the last mile. They are paid on commission basis, 30% commission, and last month, the best driver managed to get $600 from the commission. So imagine coming from being unemployed to getting $600 from the driving commission. We also have another model of shared community smallholder farmers as well, where they use the hamba, it's called a hamba. They use it to transport their produce to the market. On average, for farmers to reach their nearest market, it's between 10 to 15 kilometers that they need. So what that does is it gives them more leverage as they're able to get a better market price once they travel out to the markets. This also applies for horticulture farmers, as you can see, and also, as we said, just fetching water, domestic use, the things that women need to do and have become harder and more amplified due to climate change. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiesta, for your reflections. Wonderful to hear these practical examples of how women are impacted by climate change and how you have been able to create solutions for these challenges. Now, may I invite you to join all the panelists, Tiesta, Sonibel, and Dennis. Please come and join us on the scene. You can. Of course you can, yes. Welcome, oh yes. I would like to introduce you briefly to our panel. You met Tiesta already, and in addition to Tiesta, we have Sonibel Woods, who joins us from the Asian Development Bank, where she works as Senior Social Development Specialist, focusing very much on questions related to gender and climate. Welcome, Soni. And Dennis van der Weur, comes and joins us from EIGE, European Institute for Gender Equality. We look forward to hearing from you perspectives also from the European perspective and how the Green Deal primarily is benefiting from your gender work. Welcome. Now, Soni, you work as a specialist at the ADB focusing on climate and gender questions. We have a very long partnership together with you, and we do appreciate that. We have many projects already where we have collaborated closely and made sure that gender considerations are built into the project designs. But for the audience, could you share some of the practical examples from your work and how you actually work with gender mainstreaming in your projects? And perhaps also cast some highlights and examples of what has worked and what not. And also we know, even though there has been plenty of focus on gender for quite a long time, we still know that there's at times a little bit of pushback. So can you share some of the challenging situations, how you have dealt with them, and what are your best advice for bringing the questions forward?
Great. Can you hear me? Is this okay? All right. Thank you so much, Lena, for your for the invitation for ADB to participate in this session. As you said, we have a long relationship and a very positive relationship with NDF, so it's really an honor to participate in this on this panel. To the first part of your question, ADB has a policy and a practice of mainstreaming gender across all of our operations. And we actually have a twin target on climate change as well as on gender. So the twin target is like this. 75% of our operations have to be gender mainstreamed, and 75% of our operations have to be climate focused. So what that means is that across all of our projects, investments, technical assistance, and all the work essentially that we do at ADB, we have a strong commitment to both gender and climate change. What that looks like at the practical level is that when we are developing projects, when we are working with our developing member countries, we conduct due diligence around both gender and climate. So on gender, we gather data, we look at how women will benefit directly and indirectly from the projects that we're working on. So to give you an example of a project where we're mainstreaming both gender and climate change, we have a project in Indonesia working with the energy company, PLN, where we have been working with them to increase the number of women that will be involved in the company itself. So developing sort of institutional policies and working with them to increase the number of women in what has been a non-traditional sector. And then finally, I know we're short of time, so I'm sort of trying to respond to the questions, but one of the other parts of your question was around how do we deal with pushback? I think that's a really critical question for any of us working on gender equality. And I think, despite the fact that we have been working on gender equality for a while, we do still get pushback. And I think often that pushback is linked to the lack of data that we have. We still have a major gap in data that shows how women for example, are disproportionately impacted by climate change. So we need to use data to inform our internal policy, advocacy within an institution such as ADB. And I think the other aspect is that everything that we have to do on gender equality is very context specific and sector specific. So what may work in one country may not necessarily work in another country. And we often have kind of tried, we as in sort of those of us working on gender equality have tried to ensure that our interventions are really context specific, and we work with multiple stakeholders to make change happen around women's rights and gender equality.
Thank you, Sonibel, for your insights. A lot of information there. Now, moving on to Siesta, I mean, you work with a program that is co-designed by the Nordic Development Fund. So at the outset, I mean, the gender focus is clearly there. But can you share with us on how you keep the priority on gender equality in your daily work? And if you could give us also some practical examples of, where you have succeeded particularly well.
Thanks, Lena. So we run calls for proposals to get companies that we provide the grant financing to. And in the architecture of our calls to proposals, we ensure that we are encouraging female-led businesses to apply. We did have a call in 2020, which was specifically a gender-themed call, where we were supporting female-led enterprises or projects that have women as their primary customer in the initiative that was being presented. We do have examples of business models, such as Yellow Solar, that implemented a solar home system distribution project in Malawi. And the thing that what they were struggling with was to get female agents on board. And with the help of the EEP Africa grant, they managed to train over 400 female agents, which exceeded their target of selling 11,000 solar home systems within a 2-year period. And what that did was to create ambassadors within the communities that they live, of technicians, jobs that are mainly male-dominated, but proving a case that actually female can come in and actually do a great job at selling the solar home systems and being distributors and ambassadors. It also had a component on digital inclusion. In this day and age, even in rural communities, that need for digital inclusion is clearly there, and women are also disproportionately affected around that issue. So that particular program was training the female agents on how to use a smartphone, on how to go on social media and market their products, which was a game changer even in the implementation of that project. That company at the moment, it is a female-led company, has managed to break into 5 other markets after EEP Africa came, and is still growing strong. That is just but one example. We have many. We have Jaza in Tanzania. They also have a network of female managers who are managing energy hubs, which charge batteries, and people come and get the batteries to use at the household level. But that has clearly provided employment for female agents who are managing those hubs. So a clear structure on job creation and integrating women, not just as customers, but also distributors of the energy.
Thank you. And bringing on the point that Sonibel mentioned a moment ago on data, for the benefit of the audience, I mean, do look at the EEP website. There's plenty of very good evidence-based material on these cases where, there are proven cases where gender equality really pays off when it comes to project results and the impact. So we will not have time to discuss all of that wonderful material through today, but do take a look when you have a moment. Dennis, you bring to our panel the European perspective, and you join us from EIGE. And you have recently been working with gender equality questions related to the Green Deal. What is the perspective and rationale for bringing the gender equality perspective to that work?
Yeah, thank you for the question and thank you for inviting us. Indeed, we are you could say, European Union's knowledge center on gender equality, very much focusing on the European region, but hopefully also inspirational for other colleagues here at COP. You may know us...
Get really close,
okay.
We can hear.
You may know us from the annual barometer that we publish every year, the Gender Equality Index. And that's basically a comparison of how good countries do on gender equality in the European Union. So a comparison of EU 27 countries. Now, we also realized when thinking about environment and climate change that the impact climate change has on men and women is different. So we looked a little bit more concretely into two particular sectors, transport and energy. These are two very important areas, of course. We looked at public attitudes, we looked at the way men and women use energy in transport, and we looked, very importantly, to representation. And just a couple of findings that are really, I think, telling. Looking at decision-making, we have very few women at the table when climate change, Green Deal is discussed. 1/3 of ministers in the EU are women in relevant areas of the Green Deal. We also know from research that energy poverty, which 8% of the EU population suffers from, that more women, particularly when you're in a household with a kid, for example, they suffer more than other people. So our research was really focused on where are the trends, where are the areas we should look into, because if climate change affects women and men differently, also the measures have to be differently, and you need to design policies in a more gender-sensitive way. So that's in a nutshell what we did. I should also say that it still feels a bit like scraping the surface. We found interesting data, but we also realized that much more needs to be done. And in many conversations here at COP on gender data and gender segregated data, I realized that there's so much more to do to really bring evidence to the policy debates, and then also eventually interventions and mainstreaming tools that will help.
Thanks very much, Dennis, and thanks also bringing to the table the challenges, and we did touch upon them a bit earlier. We know that they still exist, and first and foremost, these underlying gender equalities that we know impact negatively many of the society's functions. They are there, and also if you look at the vulnerabilities of societies, I mean, many of these vulnerabilities are, gender-based.
Become stronger, yeah?
Yes, indeed. So thanks for bringing that. There's clearly a need to keep gender equality very much in the focus, regardless of the continent's global north or global south where you work. We need to keep on pushing the agenda. But looking back at your work in slightly different, settings, geographically, institution-wise, and regarding how close to the beneficiaries you are. If you want to have the sort of a kind of a crystal ball view and have one thing that you want to bring forward as something where you feel that you've succeeded extremely well and want to share it with the audience as a best practice, I'd invite you to share one thing that you want to leave with the audience for going forward. Siesta, we start with you.
I would say it's the integration and inclusion of the actual needs, the felt needs of women in providing solutions. We have seen different solutions being delivered. However, some of them do not speak to the actual needs of the women that are on the ground. We pride ourselves in ensuring that the solutions that are being delivered by the companies we support are people-centered, are gender-centered, and have women's needs right at the center, and their needs are being addressed. We have another component of youth engagement. We have programs that we work with, like the Opportunities for Youth Empowerment, which specifically looks at employment opportunities for the youth. And it's one of the things that we really look at and ensure that companies are creating jobs for the youth.
Thank you very much. Sanibel, please. Okay. We're competing with the music, but we can hear you.
Okay. So one of the challenges and best practices, I think, also given the context, is really ensuring that women have a voice across sort of the projects that we're working with. I don't know if this is working. Yeah, it is. But actually, I wanted to mention that for us, or I think one of the good practices where we've been able to make some progress is around addressing gender-based violence. I think in a lot of these discussions, sometimes particularly around climate change and gender, we miss the discussion around social and gender norms and other sort of issues that may sort of hinder women's participation in our projects. And so in looking at, for example, I was recently in India working on a transportation project. And one of the things that we have been able to do is to train women in self-defense, actually. And so, you would not, at first glance, you would not think that a transportation project could actually incorporate something like training for women in self-defense, because security is a big issue for women using transport. And so we heard that from women, and we were able to respond by developing an intervention on gender-based violence. So I think, a good practice is figuring out where we can make progress, not only on sort of practical needs, but also strategic needs that women have, and safety and security is one of them.
Thank you. Dennis, please.
Yes, I very much appreciate how you bring in GBV here. As part of our work, we're looking also a bit in good practices. So what can be done and how gender can be mainstreamed, including in transport. And we recently had a webinar where one of the speakers was referring to a very interesting project in one of the EU member states on how the redesign of public transport was also looking into issues relevant for women when they take the bus, how they feel safe, but also look at, for example, and that's an element that you brought in your presentation, how people divide their time between their care responsibilities and then going to work, and how public transport schedules have to be tailor-made for these practices. So when it comes to violence, when it comes to other areas, there's a lot to mainstream in the transport area. But let me give you another thought when it comes to energy poverty. Yeah, I think in some countries you see typically in a cold winter the measure that compensation is given to households, which is good. Yeah. But what perhaps should be taken more into account is looking at the specific characteristics of households, particularly lone fathers, lone mothers, and the extra challenges they face when it comes to energy poverty, and then dedicate resources to these households. And one good practice that we found, for example, is when you want to reach out to those affected, you really must make an effort to reach out to the communities. So one example we heard is from a country where people from the energy company really went into the communities, explaining to people at stake how they can request such compensation, because it can be quite a barrier to say just go to the website and fill out the form. You need to invest a little bit into ways to reach the people really at stake. So I think there's quite something to be done when it comes to energy, when it comes to transport, by really thinking through, based on data, what can be done concretely to reach the people mostly affected.
Thank you, Dennis, for very insightful comments. And lots of good points have been brought forward, and I'm not even trying to summarize all the good points, but what I keep hearing is data comes frequently up, and that is also something that we have invested highly in monitoring frameworks, impact measurement, developing indicators, really well thought out indicators for gender. So that is absolutely clear to keep a focus on when continuing the agenda. I also hear youth. I mean, we are climate experts here of different ages with different backgrounds and different levels. But it is so important that we keep on building the youth into the dialogue, involving and bringing up generations with solid gender knowledge and solid climate knowledge. And I'm super happy that we have with us here a COP young delegate, Amalia Holmefjord from Norway. Please join us here, and please do give you can borrow a mic from Tiesta. Please share with us your thoughts on gender, and you have now listened to a wonderful panel of experienced experts. What does it bring about of thoughts in your mind?
Yes. Oh. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much to the panel for some really good insights and perspectives, and it's really nice to hear about these experiences that they've had. And I think a key takeaway we can take with us is that gender equality needs to and should be, a priority in the climate discussions that we are having. And a couple of years ago, I was active in a youth NGO in Norway. And we were organizing a campaign called Climate Justice Equals Gender Justice. And ever since we had that campaign, that phrase has kind of stuck with me because it really nicely summarizes that we cannot do one thing without the other. We cannot, work with climate measures without talking about gender equality, and we cannot, talk about gender equality without, highlighting the climate issue. And I also, want to say that this is something that we as youth have been fighting for a long time. And it's really important to us that this discussion, is raised and that we can talk about this. And I also just wanted to say that, based on these examples that we've heard today, there are really so many great ways that we can empower women in the discussions that we have. But it is crucial that we do have, the support and the finance to do this, so we can scale up these really important local initiatives. And then I just wanted to share maybe one interesting perspective from Norway. Being active in Norwegian NGOs, it's kind of interesting because there's a very high predominance of women being active in these organizations. So just to turn it a little bit the other way around, I think it's really important that we, get men into our discussions and get them also engaged on the local level, because I see that there's quite a big divide there. So that's also something I think we need to work for, because essentially it's something that's going to affect us all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Amalia, so much. Thank you so much for your insights and for joining, and wonderful to see young power to get engaged in these questions. We hope that you will be able to benefit from the contacts you get in this room from the experts that we have in our panel. So this brings us to the conclusion of our panel. I would like to thank you sincerely, Amalia, panelists Jesta, Sonibel, Dennis, for joining us today. And thank you for the audience for joining in this Nordic Pavilion. We wish you all a wonderful COP. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this episode of Nordic Talks. It's an honor to be here at COP28 together with all of you, and I hope that all our listeners out there are doing good. My name is Lise Kjørman Nygaard, and I'm one of the Danish youth delegates to COP28. And you?
Yeah, my name is Markus Tavnborg, and I'm also one of the Danish youth delegates. And then, Ben, we have you, my friends, I will say. We shared a hotel, a whole 10 days in Bonn. So, yeah. But can you just tell me a little bit about yourself and how are you and how the past days been?
So, thanks, Marcus. So, hi, everyone. I'm Benjamin van Bunderen-Robberets. I'm 17 years old from Brussels, Belgium. I'm a climate activist with Climate Justice for Rosa and a climate advisor of CRIN, the Children's Rights International Network.
Thank you very much, Ben. And it's an honor to have you here at the Nordic Pavilion. And as you just said, you're only 17 years old. That's quite of a young age, but you've already done a lot within this field of climate and climate action. But can you share with us, what would you think is your biggest achievement as a climate activist?
We're very glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So my biggest achievement, I think I would have to say together with the help of Frans Timmermans and Margaret Vestager, I instituted a European Day for the victims of the global climate crisis. And I'm kind of proud of that, so I think that's it.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice. And I know that Guterres also has said that he wants to do it in the UN as well. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. You have some meetings with high UN people, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's so cool. But you started mentioning the organization Climate Justice for Rosa. You want to tell your story, how it all began?
Sure. So I guess I'll start from the beginning. I've been an activist for a long time, even though I'm 17. So not 17 years, but 5 years, 6 years. But at first I was a children's rights activist. I'm the what is it called? The advisor of the children's rights ombudsperson in Belgium for 4 years or something. But then, in the summer of 2021, I decided to go to a camp for really young people that wanted to make a difference in the world. So a camp full of climate activists. And it was in the Ardennes in Belgium. It's a more mountainous region. It's not really mountains, but very hilly. And I met an amazing girl there, Rosa. And we immediately became very good friends with everyone from the camp. And we spent our days talking about how we are going to change the world together. And yeah, making plans, doing it better than our parents, laughing, singing, dancing, just having an awesome summer. We also just came out of the lockdown, so we could finally be regular teenagers again. But then on the 14th of July, it started to rain. And through our campsite, there was a small stream flowing to our campsite that started to suddenly rise. And me, Rosa, and some other friends were in the house where we always were. And through the window, we could see the river rising and rising, becoming wilder. Also, it turned a brown color. And yeah, we had to get out of the building because it was going to flood. And to do that, we need to cross a field, cross a bridge, and then go up the hill. So me, Rosa, and some other friends, we went outside. We were standing on the field. But suddenly, the field started to flood. And we couldn't see where the field ended and the stream started. And I don't know how it happened, but suddenly Rosa got taken by the water a few meters from me. And I remember only her head was above the water, and she was screaming, but the water was too strong. And I immediately started running next to Rosa. But then there was a bush, and I couldn't go any further, so I jumped in. And I was holding Rosa with one hand while trying to grab branches that was hanging over the stream, but the water was too strong. It really wasn't water anymore, but a raging brown monster dragging us along. And after a while, we also went underwater. And then I don't really know what happened, but after a while, I got hit by some kind of pole sticking out of the water. And I grabbed it with one arm, and I was still holding Rosa with the other. But then there came an even bigger wave, and she slipped out of my hands. I crawled out of the river, but I didn't see her anymore. And her body was found 3 days later, 7 kilometers further down the stream. And yeah, that was the most horrible moment of my life. And so the months afterwards, I was so traumatized, I couldn't think anymore. I had to go to school, but I couldn't focus. I didn't really, what's the meaning of being there? But then I thought, what would Rosa do? And Rosa was a climate activist like me. She would fight. She would make sure that this doesn't happen. Like more, actually, the horrible thing is that this, is going to happen more. We need to make sure that not uncountable more people have to die from it. And then the big climate march in Brussels was coming up, and me, Rosa, and some other friends, me and Rosa's other friends, we decided to all go to the march dressed in red with signs for Rosa and really be there, start a Climate Justice for Rosa campaign to show everyone that climate change isn't just about statistics, percentages, numbers, it's about people. And everyone needs to understand that behind every number lies a person that dies or loses his livelihood. So I feel it's very important to really tell those personal stories and create more awareness.
That's a very, very heartbreaking story, and thank you very much for sharing it with us, because I totally agree with you that I think that we need to share those stories in order to really wake up the rest of the world and make sure that we will have enough action. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering how could you find the energy afterwards to when you have had this feeling, when the depression or not depression but the feeling of hopelessness after this episode, how do you gain the energy to focus and turn it into a positive change for the world?
I think it was just like a kind of a switch that I made in my mind to just really, fight for Rosa, fight that not uncountable more people have to die that way. And also actually really helped me to kind of process it, also to make sure that Rosa didn't die for nothing. So it was very difficult, it's still very difficult, but I feel it's so important to do. And also, I forgot to mention, Rosa is half Danish, by the way. So it's also really cool to be able to speak here in the Nordic Pavilion.
Yeah, and I can totally imagine that this story has changed a lot, of course, for you, and I think it has also changed a lot from other people, because you have shared the story many times already. And we as youth delegates often get the question from, what do we call, adult people asking, why is there so many young people who has climate anxiety and have all of these fears for the future? What do you think about that? Why are we so overwhelmed with climate anxiety as a youth?
I think it's because it's our future. It's our future. This is going to happen more and more and more, and so we need to reduce the global. We need to make sure that our future is protected. And I think in 2019, so many young people really went to the marches, stood up and told the politicians that you need to save our future. But it looks like nothing has happened. And then I know always politicians tell me, we've been doing very good things, and great, but do it faster, please. They're doing something, but really not enough. Everyone needs to really understand the severity of the situation, and also understand that people are dying. And so I fully understand climate anxiety, and it's really a horrible thing, but I also really kind of have the feeling that if we all just stay in our beds, depressed, thinking about we're not going to have a future, then nothing's really going to happen. I think it's more powerful if we use that anger, use that frustration, that, being scared to really stand up and fight for our future.
Yeah, of course, because we won't change that much if we are just lying in our beds, even though that is very understandable. I think we have also been talking a lot about that this term climate anxiety can maybe have a bit of a wrong, maybe it's a bit of a wrong word to use, because I think within the word anxiety it says that it's irrational fear, and it's a psychological disease maybe even, and I think, as you say, to be afraid of the future and to be afraid of what will happen with our world if we do not act now and act much faster than what we do, then everything will go down. So of course it's quite rational even to have this fear. So I think that we also sometimes need to change the words and the language that we're using about this, because I can talk for myself that I sometimes get a bit angry when I get the question, why do you have anxiety about the future? I always kind of want to change it around and ask, why don't you have anxiety about the future? I mean, look out of the window. Of course, a lot of things is happening in Global South, but your story also shows that this is also something that's already affecting us. So I think we need to wake up and act and accept that it's okay and totally fair and rational to have fears for the future.
Yeah, and then the question will be how do we turn this rational fear into action? Because you spoke in Copenhagen for a couple of years ago to the big climate march, where you told your story about Rosa as a Danish girl. But how do you use this rational fear so it come into action? Because that's also something that we need. We need that to see some action, both from youth, both from here at COP. We need to see it from negotiators, but also world leaders. I don't know that you had the big answer, but
answer.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of a switch that you have to make. Like, I have anxiety, and that's okay, that's understandable, but I'm gonna use it to fight for our future, and just find some way you feel comfortable with to do actions. And also, don't set like very big like objection. Like, what's the right word? I'm sorry, I'm super tired. No, it's like you just need to think what is the best way to like do action for you. You can. I think we need all kinds of activists. We need people that glue themselves, do civil disobedience actions, but we also need people, I think, a bit more like us. We try to be a bit more diplomatic, but also very firm. We stand for the same thing, but we just have different ways of showing everyone what we mean. So really just find your way. Also do it with friends. It's actually really fun to be an activist. Sometimes it's really frustrating, but we can also have fun. So find whatever is best for you. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, thank you. I sometimes use the word climate melancholia because the word melancholia is about seeing things it's all black, like having this thought of thinking of it, because that's sometimes how I experience the future when I think about it. I have a worrying about how the world will look like. We see temperatures, we see these big events, and it is terrifying sometimes actually. And it sometimes gives me the feeling of no, I just want to be happy and be good right now. So be with my family and be with them, but I also have a dream when I have a little niece, when I see her, and I want to actually give her a world to grow up in. I dream one day having my own children. So I think that's something that gives me a willingness. But also when I'm here at COP, I believe and I see that there's a chance of willingness to do something. I see a chance of hope. I have hopes, and I think that's actually the force that is driving me. What about you?
Yeah, I think the word hope is very crucial in this, and I think when you have the feeling of melancholy or anxiety or whatever to call it, when you just think that everything is dark and you can't see any way out of it, it's because you lost the hope. We sometimes go out to schools and talk with even kids about this. And I remember we were in like a bit of a rural area of Denmark a few months ago, talking to some kids from, I think, 3rd grade, so they are around 9 years, I think. And then we asked them, what do you think about the future? What do you think about climate? What do you think will happen? And we asked them to write down on like some post-it notes so they could like share in their own ways. And one of them wrote that he was sure that everyone would be homeless in a few years. And I totally understand if you're 9 years old and you think that in a few years everyone will be homeless because of climate change, then of course you have melancholy, and it's hard to find a hope if you think that no one will have a place to live. But I was thinking, Ben, can you maybe share a bit more about like the specific moment where you changed? You said that something changed in your head, because of course you were in a dark time, and I think that that's totally understandable, and something changed. But can you recall the moment where the change was happening?
It's pretty hard to really pinpoint it to one moment. Well, I thought it just started with, I've been to all climate marches before, and then I saw, oh, the 10th of October, there's going to be another climate march. I thought, okay, cool. I don't think I'm going to go. But then I went to Rosa's parents, who are really amazing, and I think I kind of mentioned the climate march. I said, oh, that's so cool. And then I started talking with some of Rosa's friends, and they also thought it was a cool idea to go there. So it was just kind of I don't know, a ball that got rolling just by seeing that, oh, the climate march is coming up again. But it's like very hard to really choose a moment.
Yeah, I really I do understand that. But what is your dream with climate justice for Rosa? And last year you gave me this one to have on my book. So you said that I should have it with me every time I was at a meeting. So I have done that for a year now. But
awesome.
what? Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. But what is your dream with climate justice for Rosa?
My dream, it's hard to, what's the dream with it? Just to make a difference, like to make sure that the victims of climate change aren't being forgotten, and that people really understand that people are dying. And yeah, of course, that UN Day for the victims of the global climate crisis is also a good goal. But yeah, just make a difference, make Rosa proud, and yeah, just try to do something good for the world.
Do you have anything in the pipeline for the next? You're here at COP now, but also something here, but also in the future.
We're setting up like a real organization, the real Climate Justice for Organization, or Rosa organization, to really try to have more impact. We're also thinking about making a documentary where we're going to go to Bangladesh, Tuvalu, places like that, because of course this happened in Europe, but things like this have been happening for way longer and way worse in the global south. To really, I feel like in Europe, European people, some of them, it's easy to think that, oh, it's happening in the global south, yeah, we don't care, it's not our problem, but it is actually their problem. But then when they get like confronted with like European people dying of climate change, it's a good bridge to those people in the global south, where way more people have lost their homes, lost their lives. And yeah, I really just want to focus on those victims and tell their stories.
Yeah, yesterday we were in a panel, you and I was moderating, and you have collected a lot of youth from Bangladesh and Tuvalu to tell their stories. And I just want to ask you how to change the European way of seeing these victims, because it is right that it's selfish of European countries that know the climate change isn't happening here, that mostly in the global south, but how is it able to change that way of viewing, because it is changing these days, but that doesn't mean that the victims that already is suffering in the global south are irrelevant.
I think what was really amazing in the European Parliament when they were talking about that day is that every politician that was pro, and it was 47% of the Parliament, they all talked about the European floods, European heat waves, and that people are dying there, but also that people are dying all over the world, and that it's actually their fault, it's political inaction. So I think it really, I also had a conversation with like a professor in like that field, and it was like, it's really important to first acknowledge that people are dying, that it's your fault or the fault of the people in your job before you, and you can also really change it. To really start with creating awareness, admitting that there's a problem, and then like constructively solve it.
And what do you think then? Because I think all of the people who is here at COP are here to try to make a change, or they want to make a change, just as you say. And I think it's true that we have to like create awareness and we have to tell these stories. But I also myself have a hard time when we're talking to young people. How do we do that? Because I think if we just tell stories about the horrible situations happening everywhere, and also telling that it's actually our fault, or at least our part of the world, I think that would also just increase the fear and increase the anxiety, or what to call it. So how do you approach that? Like when you go out and talk to young people, how much do you talk about hope? How much do you talk about fear? How much about feelings, facts, stories?
It's so difficult to talk to young people. It's way easier to talk to old people, especially politicians, because they're just wrong. But yeah, young people, I think personally, when I have to give like a speech or a talk, so like very formal, then it's not always fun. But just I started with my own story, but then I make a bridge to action about what we can do to fight the climate change, fight the climate crisis, and just be a little interactive. Don't make it all too difficult, too hard. Don't like bomb them with all kinds of numbers. Just make it a bit personal. Tell a story. Like I tell my own story, but you can tell other stories, of course, and just try to make them understand that there is a super big problem. Our future is very uncertain, but we can change it. If we all work together, we can, yeah, not solve it, but do damage control. And yeah, just always end with something hopeful.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think that because you of course have a very special story, but I think if we want everyone and all young people, especially because that's what we're talking about right now, to act, we also need to tell the stories about how you can act in very small ways, and that action can be for everyone. Of course, you don't. I hope that you don't need to have a story like yours in order to start acting. Yeah, so I think that when we go out and talk to young people, we always tell the story about how we became activists, or whatever to say. And I think there I at least always try to focus on the small things, and how, I always tell a story that I was living in Greece and there was a lot of forest fires happening around, and until that point I thought that climate crisis is something for the ones understanding nature science and like scientists, and not something that I could take part in. But at that point I thought, okay, now it's so big and it's everywhere around me, I need to act. And then I started gathering people. So I also think that, as you talked about earlier, when you talked about how you changed from being in the dark time to action, I think the word community is a key. Just like that you said that when you started to act, it was because you went to a demonstration and you were together with all the friends of Rosa. So I think that's always something that I would encourage people to do if they want to act, to find a community to act in.
It's always very important to make it very concrete and just show people this is climate change. You see every day on the news there's like stories about forest fires that are way worse than they used to be, floods, but it's not always written that it's caused by the climate crisis. So really tell them this is climate change. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that it's true that we need to tell those stories about what's happening in the world. But I'm also afraid that young people could have this news fatigue. They could be afraid of watching the news, and then instead of just being interested or being aware of what's happening, then they get ignorant from the world and are afraid of engaging and are afraid of that. So I totally agree that it's important to actually tell these hope stories, tell the stories of what is that gives me hope, what is it that are driving me. I think that ignorance is one of the things that we have to fight against, because if you get ignorance about climate change, then there's no action. But we will get that if we only preach about the fears. To my grandparents, I need to tell about I'm afraid because they have a connection to me, and then they will do something. When I talk to some other people, I maybe have to use the science, I have to use the numbers, and other times I have to preach about the hope, the inspiration, the chance of doing something. I think it's very individual to whom it is you're talking to, what kind of message you will be giving. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I also think that we really need to kind of like diversify what climate action is, because if climate action is only going on the streets or blocking roads and being maybe a bit too radical for some people, then it will scare away a lot of people. So I think we also need to start talking about like climate activism and climate action can be a lot of different things. And I think if we can convince people to take the first step, then it will be easier for them to take the next step and the next step again.
I think it's like also very important for children to really, annoy their parents with it. Tell them about climate change. Tell them that they're doing things that are very wrong. Like, for example, I was speaking with this very big industry CEO, and he was said, I'm going to change my whole business because, my children told me about all these things of climate change, and I want to leave a safe home for them. Like, he's actually really not doing enough, but he's trying to. So I think it's really so important for children to tell their parents.
Yeah, I would really agree. But we don't have actually so many children here. In the UNFCCC, you will be a child right now, so because you're under 18.
Technically, yeah. I feel like you're more childish.
But how could we engage actually more children, and how should they actually be represented here at COP, for example? Because I don't think that children should be here sometimes, or because it's so.
I think they should.
You think they should? Okay.
Of course, like.
But how?
If they want to be, if they believe they can make a difference, if they can make a difference, like if it's like obvious that they can make a difference, they should be here. Why not? It's their future. They're stakeholders. And like last year I was 16. That was my first COP. But of course children should be here. It's so important. Also, like in official delegations, children should be present.
Okay, I think we have time for one last round. Maybe if you should give like one tip. So one tip to turn hopelessness into action. What would that be?
You should have asked me before.
I wasn't interested in hearing.
One tip. Just like become an activist and do the things you feel most comfortable with. Glue yourself to something. Be a diplomat. It all doesn't matter. We need you. We need you to defend our future. Is that good?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What would be yours?
Mine will be find a community. I would say find someone that you're agreeing with, and then start there. Or maybe you're not agreeing, but start coming in circles that are doing something, that are active, and then I think you'll be awakened into doing something. Yeah, I think try to find some people who are actually engaged in the society.
Yeah, I totally agree with both of you. And I think also a bit to wrap up, I could also include to tell your story. Tell the stories if you have personal stories like you have, Ben, but also tell the stories about how you started becoming active yourself. And tell about your fears to the ones who are not yet engaged, and especially the ones you have a relation to, because that will maybe help them wake up and start acting. And then, start with the small steps, because once you've taken one step, it will be easier. And then find your role. I think that's also a big tip. A bit like you were saying, some are activists on the street, some are more diplomatic, some are... Yeah, there's many different ways of doing this, so find the way that you feel most comfortable for. But thank you very much, both to you, Ben, for being here and sharing your story, and also to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah.
Sweet applaud.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that felt so selfish. It was for you.
Yeah, thank you all for coming to have this Nordic Talks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Nordic Pavilion here at COP28, both to you here in the audience, but also very much welcome to everyone following online at the live streaming. This daily briefing today from the negotiations is with Cody Scahan. He's the climate representative of the Icelandic Young Environmentalist. Welcome, Cody.
Thank you.
Yes. And actually here in the Nordic Pavilion we have a very good cooperation with the different youth representatives. But how come you're here at the COP? I mean, this is negotiations.
Yeah, so I'm here on behalf of the Icelandic Youth Environmentalist Association, and we're here to follow the negotiations and primarily to communicate knowledge back to the youth in Iceland and everyone else who's following us who don't have the same privilege of attending COP. But we're also here to make connections with other Nordic youth groups, other youth groups around the world for potential collaborations in the future, and just to share our views and our feelings with like the Icelandic negotiation team, the delegation, and other delegations about what our expectations and hopes for are at COP. And we have very good access to them, so we've been very fortunate to be able to advocate for that.
Oh, excellent. So it's in the name of transparency. But do you really have, so you have access to the ministers here?
Yeah, so we do have a meeting with the environmental minister tentatively planned, and at past COPs we've usually met with them, and we are, in good contact with the delegation at all times. So.
Excellent. So here at COP28, I mean, many things are at stake, many expectations. What are the main features that our viewers should hear about?
Yeah, I think the biggest one for COP28 is the one that people have been talking about, and especially before in the lead-up and everything, is the global stocktake. So the global stocktake is related to the Paris Agreement, which was signed a few years ago, and it's about the country's national determined contributions to reduce emissions. And so the global stocktake is a chance to check in for countries to sit together at the meeting table and say, okay, where are we doing? How are we doing on our emissions? How are we doing with all of these things? And going forward, like, how can we do this better? How can we make sure we're meeting our targets and keeping within the 1.5 degree benchmark?
Okay. So keeping within 1.5, that's also an important goal that we still should not let go. And actually here in the Nordic Pavilion yesterday, there was a launch of a Nordic stocktake that looked into how the region is doing with regards to the Paris agreements. And although we try to see ourselves as climate leaders, unfortunately, there's still a long way to go within the Nordics. We've only reduced our emissions with 26% since 1990 as a region. So a very long way still to climate neutrality. Well, this is your first COP, from what I understood. I've been to a few, and very often when we meet here and the negotiators in the first week, sometimes they are extremely frustrated because it can take days before even the agenda is accepted, and so they can actually start negotiating. But this year, we got some optimistic signs, even the first day. Could you maybe tell us something about that?
Yeah, so on the first day, the Loss and Damages Fund was negotiated at Sharm el-Sheikh last year, COP27, was operationalized, and so that's like basically unheard of, and that I think set a very positive tone at the beginning of the conference, and then money started coming in from countries, including the host country, the presidency, and so that's very, very good news to see. And in the negotiations and discussions I've been attending, a lot of countries are very positive about this development, but they have always mentioned that there is always need to increase the funding and to make sure the funding is going to the right places, to make sure that the funding is accessible for developing nations, because although like this is a very, very positive sign, it's still a long way short of meeting the loss and damages. So loss and damages is essentially like based on environmental disasters and climate change, what the monetary loss and the human life loss, all of these things that occurs. And in monetary terms, it's estimated to be about over $400 billion every year. And so the current funding for the Loss and Damages Fund falls way short of that. So although it's very, very positive, it's great to see, there's still a lot of work to do.
Okay, so positive signs, but still to mobilize the climate finance needed, we need to increase the pace of also mobilizing.
Yeah.
And actually, I could also give you a tip that this afternoon, later today and also tomorrow, there will be different side events on innovative finance for loss and damage and adaptation. So please stay tuned for that. Well, today it's a bit calmer. We have had 2 days with the World Leaders Summit. Did you receive any signals from that? Why do we need the world leaders here? Isn't it enough with the climate or environmental ministers that will come next week?
Yeah, I think so. The world leaders attending is important because as much power and responsibility as the environmental ministers have, the climate ministers, things like this, of course, the leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, are the ones that kind of set the tone and sort of, for example, there was a speech by the Icelandic PM yesterday, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, where she was laying out sort of Iceland's plans and related to climate matters, insisting on keeping within the 1.5 degree rule, announcing Iceland's contribution to the Loss and Damage Fund, which was very, very welcome and quite generous based on a per capita sort of comparison terms. So I think just having the world leaders here is important because then they have the power. They have the ideas of being able to really push and set the tone for things.
Okay. So we need decisions from the top to get the right signals. Well, you mentioned your prime minister from Iceland. I mean, Iceland is actually, it has the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. So, and I heard her speech, some parts of it, and she mentioned the fossil fuels, of course. So, where are we? I know that the global youth representatives, they have put up a declaration or a statement with regards to fossil fuels. Would you please tell us a bit about that?
Right. So yeah, they have called for a fossil fuel phase out, and one of our expectations or hopes, perhaps a little bit optimistic, is for there to be some decision or agreement or about fossil fuel phase out. And there has been very positive signs. There's been a fossil fuel non-proliferation. I don't remember the exact term. It's not like anything binding, but it's like an intention from some countries to, including 2 fossil fuel exporters, to sign on to this non-proliferation framework thing.
Treaty, I think.
Yeah, treaty, exactly. Yeah, and so what we're kind of hoping for and pushing for also is for the Nordic countries to sign on to this because we think that would send a good signal, and it's in line with Nordic goals. It's in line with the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, where she talked about Iceland's hopes and sort of agenda is to get fossil fuel phase out. So we think this would be a good way of making it an international focus and actually following through the words with action.
And when you say phase out, do we mean all fossil fuels or unabated fossil fuels, or?
Yeah, our expectations would be all fossil fuels, because when you use the words like unabated, this means then that countries can keep using fossil fuels, but they account for them with different techniques like carbon capture and storage to get to net zero, like to account for the emissions from these fossil fuels. But ideally, it would be about all fossil fuels in general and a complete transition.
Thank you. Well, being here in the Nordic Pavilion, we always want to also see how can we, from a regional perspective, help accelerate the change that we need so much. I don't know, with you within the youth representatives, do you have any cooperation, or is it needed, or are you going solo as countries?
No, I don't think it's about going solo. I think it's about working together. We do have good dialogue with other Nordic youth environmental NGOs. We have good dialogue with, I know my compatriot here, my colleague I'm here with, is also a UN youth delegate. He's not here currently on behalf of that, but he's in good contact with the other Nordic UN youth delegates. And we're in contact with the current UN youth delegate who's on here on behalf of Iceland. And so there's a lot of cooperation within us, and the Nordic Council of Ministers has been helpful with that because we've hosted a number of youth-oriented events with the other youth delegates and things like that here. And so we think that's a very good sign to move things forward. And we believe it's super important for countries on the negotiating level, on the other levels, to also follow through with this, because acting as a bloc, acting as the Nordic countries with a lot of common goals, a lot of common views, a lot of common conditions, sends a much stronger sign to the rest of the world.
That's true. And actually, I mean, since we have three Nordic countries are EU members and two are not, Iceland and Norway are outside the EU, we are not in the same negotiation group, but still there is a strong cooperation also between the heads of delegation of the Nordics and the delegations. For example, they invite for different outreach meetings with different country groups and bilaterals. We initiate analysis and workshops and conferences to try to find the tracks where we could, together as a Nordic group, push the negotiations in the right direction. But I mean, I guess you are not that many within each youth delegation. So how do you do? Do you follow one track, or do you keep track of everything? I mean, I've been here for many years, and I still think it's overwhelming.
Yeah, I can say at least for us in Iceland, like the Iceland sort of youth NGO that we're representing, each of us are following different tracks, and we're sharing a lot of notes with each other. And also just meetings with the Icelandic delegation has been really helpful for keeping up on that. And definitely we're working on getting in touch with and sharing notes and having meetings with other Nordic NGOs and also the youth delegates to keep up on everything going on, because it is impossible for 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5, 6+ people to follow everything, because there's just so much. And I've heard that there's actually more on the agenda this year than there normally is compared to past years. So it's just becoming harder and harder. And so it just requires more and more cooperation and delegation of tasks and all of these things. So, yeah.
Thank you. Now I think I would like to hear if there are any questions from the floor for Cody. Or if not, I have a question. I talked about the Nordic stocktake that we made, which is, I mean, to look into how the Nordics are doing with regards to implementing the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we also, within the stocktake, there are a set of recommendations for independent think tanks of how we should increasingly enhance our efforts together in the Nordics. But the third part of it is actually a part that's called vision, Nordic visions for climate neutrality. And what we have found out is that I think a third of the population, you will never reach them with a typical climate argument. The science will not get through. So if you want to get everyone on board on the change that's needed, you need to find positive visions of what we actually would gain with the climate neutrality or with the transition, not just to avoid a catastrophe, but also to lift up the benefits of a climate neutral society, closer bonds to nature, long-term policies, and so on. So that's what we usually ask everyone here in this chair, to try to end our briefing on a positive note. So what's your vision for the climate neutral society or the green transition?
Yeah, so my vision, and sort of independently, I've also reached the conclusion that focusing on the positive side of things and to talk about the cooperation that civil society, that general people can have. I think that's super important, because listening to the people and hearing what they want out of a green transition, out of a climate neutral society, out of all of these things is the best way to get them to actually act and take ownership and have agency over these things. So I would like to see a lot of interaction and for governments and the environmental ministries to listen to the civil society and ask what do they want, to ask young people, what do you want, what are you looking for with these things, because I can say a lot of things, and I will, but there's a lot of people also that have their own ideas of wanting to protect their own security, of what kind of benefits they want. Some of the things I would like to see is increasing attention to public transport and like affordable public transport that uses that's electrified, because I think that's just a great way of reducing traffic and just making everybody's lives better, more smooth, and also just like would lead to a lot of shift in the way that we think about transport, the way we think about how our time is spent, how we spend our time. I'd like to see a lot more like public parks, areas like this, so like a move towards like nature-based solutions and making nature closer to us, as well as rather than just relying on, say, technological solutions or things like these. Although we will need some of those likely. But also I'd like to see a lot more of the lead become from a just transition perspective, systems perspective, in addition to behavior change, because it's about addressing the, even in the Nordic countries where like equality is quite nice, there's, you know, people are for the most part taken care of, there's still gaps and there's still things that we need to touch on, like gender and other aspects that are sometimes forgotten when it comes to climate action. And then also, my nature conservation rep would hate me if I didn't mention no climate change action can happen without taking nature into perspective, because oftentimes that kind of dominates discussions of climate neutrality or just climate change in general. And so we always have to take nature into account and protect nature and make sure none of the changes are negatively affecting our nature.
So balance with nature and just transition, those are definitely goals where you want to run towards. So I think since we now have competition with the music in the other pavilion, I think we'll give Cody a big hand. And thank you, and stay tuned for our really interesting loss and damage innovative finance initiatives that will come today and tomorrow. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's event, Scaling Up Nordic Finance for Local Adaptation. My name is Sophie de Koning. I'm the Global Manager of the Local Climate Adaptive Living Facility with the UN Capital Development Fund. And thank you for being with us today. According to the last IPCC report, about 3.3 to 3.6 billion people around the world live in contexts that are highly vulnerable to climate change. A large proportion of developing countries, in particular least developed countries, small island developing states, and African nations are located in areas where the climate crisis can have drastic impacts on people's living conditions. The UNEP Adaptation Gap reports also point to inadequate planning, finance, and investment for climate adaptations, which leaves the world highly exposed, and progress on climate adaptation is actually said to be slowing across when it should be accelerating to catch up with the rising climate impact. We also know that regional and national vulnerability often mask, high differences, variations in the vulnerability at the local level. And because adaptation is local institutions influence adaptation, the vulnerability, the exposure, they connect the response of the local people to the climate impacts, and they can also, those local institutions, act as the means of delivery of financial resources and other support for adaptation. In this context, the Nordic countries have long understood the important role of local governments to apprehend and address climate change and related risks at the local level, responding to the needs of vulnerable communities and groups across their territories. Despite this, again, the IPCC indicate that very little climate finance is reaching local communities. And there are multiple challenges related to this. The fact that climate finance is largely channeled through multilateral implementers rather than agencies that may be closer to the local communities, the challenges faced by local organizations in meeting the fiduciary standards of some of the climate finance modalities, the limited climate information and downscaled projections to underpin climate rationales, and also the difficulties for tracing the flow of climate finance to the local level in a transparent manner. These are some of the issues that we would like to discuss today with the high-level panel that we have put together today. With this, I'd like to pass the floor to my colleague from the UN Environmental Programme, Alvin, who will say a bit more about the Adaptation Gap report.
Thank you, Sophie, for setting the scene. Good afternoon, colleagues, honorable ministers. A pleasure to have you all over here. I'm Elvin, and I'm head of the Global Adaptation Network at UN Environment Programme and the coordinator for adaptation policy and partnership. So this is UN Environment Programme Adaptation Gap report. It paints a picture in terms of the scale of adaptation finance gap that is needed, particularly for the most vulnerable communities. There are some very staggering findings, and we've heard that across various different streams of negotiations here at COP. So some of the facts, we know the annual cost of adaptation could range from 1 to 5% of GDP in the next 10 years. This is a staggering figure. Further than that, while adaptation finance have been increasing, overall, the public, multilateral, and bilateral adaptation flows, particularly to developing countries and particularly to local communities, have declined by 15% to US 21 billion in 2021. This does provide quite a lot of imperative in terms of more that needs to be done, particularly as climate crisis intensifies. This means we have to take bold, decisive action at the national level, at the local level, at the regional level to adapt to climate change. In addition to that, one of the big things is adaptation that delivers impact for the most vulnerable communities, the frontline communities, is at the center stage of what we should be aiming for. I would like to thank the Nordic countries that are leading in terms of addressing adaptation needs. One of the supporters of the Adaptation Gap report. The Nordic nations have supported the needs of communities in the front line, and this could be seen through the support of the local climate adaptive living facility that is designed and administered by our sister agency, UNCDF. As a reminder, local is a mechanism that channels climate finance, international, bilateral, and those national resources to local governments for locally led adaptation. So local is engaged in 38 countries. Most of them are LDCs, small island developing states, African nations that are most vulnerable to climate change. And this is what we are focusing on in terms of today's event. So today's event looks at Nordic support for local adaptation. We will look at solutions for increased investment in adaptation in developing and least developing countries. We will highlight the achievement of countries, in particular focusing on local adaptation in Ghana, as well as the case for scaling up such resources. We are very pleased, noting how COP28 is quite busy, to have a very distinguished panel, and my pleasure to introduce them to you all. Mr. Jacob Granert is the Director General of the Swedish International Development Corporation for Sweden. Honorable Matthew Samuda, welcome, Minister responsible for climate change and environment, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation from Jamaica. Honorable Dr. Kwaku Afrey, Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation in Ghana. Your Excellencies, Mr. Granite, welcome to this event. So before I turn to the panel, I would like to invite today's keynote speaker to take the floor. And we're pleased to actually have Rosa Kobusange, who is a climate activist from Uganda. And we know youth voices have amplified across the globe and a key agent of movers and changes for adaptation work. So Rose, a pleasure to have you here, and the floor is yours. Rose, please.
Well, it's indeed a pleasure to give this keynote in front of these amazing leaders and the audience. As I was introduced, I'm wondering if I should introduce myself now or introduce myself later. But indeed, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and ministers, fellow youth, it's an honor to stand in front of you here. What an extraordinary day to be here with amazing leaders that are taking leadership from wherever they work, all over the world, in different spheres, but all for the purpose of protecting people and improving adaptive capacity for us who are the front line of climate crisis, but also at the forefront of climate action. I grew up in a small tea planting village near Fort Portal in western Uganda. And from a young age, the climate crisis has been as close to me as you can imagine. Close to me, it wove its way into my life, into the fabric of my life, and shaping my understanding of the world, but also shaping myself to be able to stand in front of you here. I did decide to study environmental science after growing up, seeing my mother working in a tea factory, being laid off from work every time there was a drought. I remember it started being laid off work for like 3 months a year, and then it went to 4 months because the droughts became a bit frequent, and she still works in the same tea factory, and she's still laid off each time there's a drought. So I did environmental science at Makerere University in Uganda, and climate change was an elective. I didn't understand it that much. I decided to go for a master's to understand climate change. I studied at the University of Oxford to understand climate change. And from there, I knew that I needed to do more. I knew that I needed to mobilize African young people from all over the world. I knew that I needed to take action to the grassroots. The stories from communities like mine, subsistence agriculture communities, some people call them peasant communities, but I don't agree with that framing, facing the brunt effects of climate change, facing droughts close to their homes, facing food insecurity, while most of the developed countries continue to thrive. This is not a blame game, but it is the reality. There are many stories. I cannot speak for every young person or young woman. All I can do is amplify their voice. Families are struggling to adapt. Families, young people like the ones in this room, do not have access to finance to implement life-changing and life-saving projects and initiatives. These are not statistics. They are lives. They are dreams and aspirations. And stories from these young people call for action. Stories from smallholder farmers, stories from youth and children call for action. But the Loss and Damage Finance Landscape Report highlights the reality. Financial support is still lacking. Countries are not taking responsibility. Maybe we could say they don't have the moral to take moral responsibility, but it's strategic. Strategic adaptation is not just moral responsibility. It's strategy for development, strategy for justice. So we are welcoming the loss and damage finance that is being announced, but there's so much need. Over 400 billion USDs go in loss and damage every year. And the finance being announced, which we don't know when it's going to be delivered, while the losses and damages happen, while the adaptive capacity continue to go lower. Reports show that about 18 to 17 of the adaptation finance reaches local communities, while reports from, let's say, IIED show that only 5% reach Africa. And out of that, less than 2% reach smallholder farmers, youth, and indigenous people. We need new granting systems from our leaders, from the leaders listening in the audience. My friends, let's not forget that this adaptation gap report that they introduced in the beginning of this event is a stark reminder that challenges need to be co-financed for a common future. Thank you, the Nordic countries, for taking leadership, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, for the commitment on locally led adaptation, because the people at the front line know better. They know better of the challenges, but they know also the solutions that they need. That is why there's no any other adaptation that is better than locally led adaptation. People know better. Empowering communities, as I mentioned earlier, is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic necessity to fight climate change and injustices. The wisdom of the people, the indigenous groups, the smallholder farmers, the young people, can build crucial, sustainable, and effective solutions. The leadership of the Nordic nations is crucial, but also is the leadership of every other nation. They cannot do it alone. That is why every country, every party need to focus on locally led adaptation. Projects like LOCOR. Today, let this not be an event, let it be a call for action. Not just ambition, but action, practical action, because without practical action, there's no hope. Let this be a bridge between rhetoric and reality. Promises made, promises kept. And as we explore opportunities to scale and boost adaptation finance, let the voices of those ones that matter the most, the one at the front line but also at the forefront, not miss in the room and not miss on the decisions. So I started by sharing my story, but also there's this story for a 17-year-old girl I know earlier. Ali is from Mbale in eastern Uganda. At 15 years old, her journey of education stopped because she was displaced by landslides. Fast forward in 2020, her and her family found herself again crippling with floods, compelling them to move and relocate somewhere else. Her education completely stopped, her siblings' education stopped. But earlier when I asked her, what do you think we can do about it? She didn't ask that she needed to be saved, but she says she really wants to grow vegetables, a vegetable garden. And she also acknowledged that she's been learning how to craft, and she wants support to learn how to craft and establish a business. So imagine if I didn't ask earlier what she could do, what she wanted to do, I would have assumed what solution she needed. And that is what locally led adaptation is. Solutions ground up. Knowing what communities need, knowing their priorities and the skills that they have, and harnessing those from there. Alia is not a fictitious character. It's a real person that I know. And it's not just Alia. Alia is most of African young people that I know. So, this background may differ, but most of the young people in Ghana, in Jamaica, in Uganda, in Kenya, in South Africa, and Lesotho, they are having similar or even worse situations. As we stand at the intersection of this vivid reality, I call for action, strength, cooperation, partnership, and that is where our power lies. Let us not just express sympathy. I know every panel you've gone to, you've heard communities at the front line. You've heard that. Communities that are most affected, you've heard that. But what do we do after here is the most important one. Do we go back and prepare for another COP to say the same things? Because it's COP after COP. We leave, we go for holiday in December, and we prepare for the next holiday. So I'm here to motivate you in one way or the other. I'm here to tell you that we can do this. I'm here to tell you that together it is possible. And with the leadership of people like the ministers here, I was telling the minister from Ghana, I was in Ghana recently, we are working on a project on landscape restoration, focusing on agroforestry and fruit trees and natural forest restoration. These are the projects that next year we should come and speak about, than continuing to say the people at the front line. And we need real action, real impact. And that is why I think let's just stop expressing sympathy and stopping at that. Let us walk the walk, not just even talk the talk or walk the talk, walk the walk. And uplift communities. Adaptation is not a moral responsibility only, but it's a strategic necessity. And I'll end up by saying that the authority to shape adaptation lies within us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rose, for opening the event. I will invite Mr. Granit now to take the floor. Mr. Granit, Sweden has long supported locally led adaptation. It wasn't perhaps called locally led adaptation when many of this work with Sweden started, in particular with the local climate initiative, local climate adaptive living facility. We'd like to hear from you, why has it been a priority for Sweden over the years, and really with long-term sustained support? And in your view, what is the added value of working on locally led adaptation through these kind of systems? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to recognize Rose's very excellent introduction to the topic, this is indeed a strategic issue to manage the adaptation story for people in the front line, but also for a society as a whole, because this is also about building a strong, resilient nations, communities, so that we can generate welfare and create stable societies. So I think you're absolutely on the spot on the strategic issue here at hand, in addition to deal with the emergencies that we experience every day. So a couple of reflections as an introduction. I just finalized the term 7 years as Director General in Sweden for our marine and water resource management issues. And there are many ways, of course, of linking to why this is important for the Nordic societies, because we are also in the Nordic countries and in Sweden now experiencing first time that floods and droughts also impact our livelihoods. And with really large disasters recently, roads have been flushed away, whole parts of cities has been flooded, and it's like a new experience, and people are realizing suddenly this is not only happening with your friends in Africa, it's actually happening globally. And somehow that is an important starting point, because if we also experience it at first hand, we will also strengthen our endeavors to support others that may have less means of then tackling these tremendous impacts. So a very important part of our job was to really map the water resource challenges in communities, in watersheds, at the river scale, and to learn more about the early warning systems that are necessary, and to prepare to avoid disasters. And I think this speaks very well to this day. We have just some of us, I assume, been to the announcement of the new climate relief, recovery and peace and disaster statement that was issued today. This also is strategic in the terms that it spills over perhaps into conflicts in vulnerable societies when you have experiences long periods of droughts, for example. It contributes to migration if you cannot cope. And earlier today, also before that launch of the Peace and Recovery statement, there was also the early warning launch, second year of the work of the early warning system, adaptation at the local level by 2027. So there's a very strong realization that if we are going to manage these challenges that we see at the local level, we also need to monitor so that we can prepare. And great to be in that meeting to see such a strength and support for that particular topic. And just the fact that 3 out of 4 people have mobile phones today available or can share, it's also a way of reaching out to avoid disasters from happening. Now, that's like a sort of a starting point from the strategic point of view. And the Nordic engagement in this is, of course, that our experience is that you cannot manage these type of issues unless you have a very strong local-led administration, that you have functioning municipalities that can tackle these issues on a day-to-day basis, that actually plan for development and plan for the day-to-day life that we are experiencing in our farms, with our drinking water supplies, with our management of waste, with our management of our energy system, with our schools, with our education system, with the care of elderly. That whole system is happening at the local level, and we have a very strong tradition in the Nordic countries of local administration, and that is then linked to county levels and to national priorities. I think that experience is what have made Nordic countries more stable and prosperous, perhaps, compared to other parts of the world. And this is an experience that Sweden and Nordic countries have been working with partner countries for many, many years to share experiences of local-led administration, to prepare for the day-to-day course of local administration, but also then now to begin to prepare more actively for these climate-induced challenges that we see. But there's no way of avoiding good planning and inclusion and partnership with local people living in local areas, because that's where action happens. So we can't avoid that. And strong local government we see as a priority in the Nordics countries, and we are working, as I said, in partnerships throughout Africa and the globe to try to learn together on how that can be adapted and be efficient so that we avoid the disaster that we're experiencing now, but we also primarily build strong, resilient societies from the outset. So that's a sort of a second point I think is of importance. And then the third one that I also felt was important to elaborate on a bit after your call for action, Rose, was the topic of financing. We have realized, and our government has been very clear on that now when they are reviewing the aid that Sweden is delivering, that grant financing will never be enough to resolve the situation and challenges that we see globally because of climate change, but also just because of creating strong, resilient societies from outset. We need to mobilize financing in other ways and find mechanisms for that. And that's not new, of course, but now the whole climate debate is really spearheading that discussion. And I think I've been here now 1.5 days, and most panels deal with how do you actually generate more financing from private sector participation to these challenges that we are experiencing on the ground, and use the grant financing as a lever for that, but realizing it will never be enough, and also we need the skills and the technology from our private sector partners that are innovating, that are good at delivering services, and so we need to engage them in our work. So we have been working now very closely with not only the multilateral development banks and the regional development banks in terms of financing with guarantees, their balance sheets, so that they can take up new lending and work with local partners. So you can lever 1 Swedish krona 5, 10 times, up to 60 times. And then you crowd in private sector funding, which can be used for these the investments that are necessary. But it's not only with the multilateral and the regional banks, it's also with the local banks. In Kenya, for example, I'm aware of a strong program that we have just launched with the local banking sector, primarily into the agriculture business, so that we can do loans through local banks to small-scale farmers, particularly women-led small enterprises, and get the funding out there with subsidies in terms of the lending requirements, which is one way also of ensuring that the funding reaches those that have the possibility and creativity to develop businesses. And we are balancing that with also in Kenya, for example, with strong support to the agriculture sector reform in general, as an example. So really trying to reach out and strengthen the planning capacity, water resource management, new technology from research and education into real small businesses that can thrive and then generate more resources for companies, for citizens, and for local-led taxes that we need in order to pay for all these services at the local level. So these are some of the perspectives that we are pondering on as a development institution, and why we are engaged in this, and will continue to be engaged in that through this initiative with the local, which is spearheading the knowledge at the local ground, all the way up to the multilateral development banks that bring in larger amount of funding at the national level, but also at the more and more at the local level. So I stop there, and I'm honored to listen to my colleagues, ministers, from your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacob, and really interesting in terms of hearing how we should be catalyzing and mobilizing resources. I know from my time in Sweden, living there, realize how active local governments are in terms of driving adaptation, but also mobilizing and catalyzing new finance, and certainly from the scale of finance we're looking at in terms of adaptation gaps, Nordic countries and nations alone cannot pull this plug. I will now turn to Honorable Samuda. Jamaica, like many small island developing states, are in the front lines of climate change impacts. Personally working with a lot of small island developing state advocates, I also know that Jamaica is a global advocate for supporting countries, particularly the most vulnerable one in terms of scaling up adaptation, but also loss and damage as well. Perhaps, Honorable Samuda, if you could just elaborate why do we need to reconsider approaches and be more ambitious in terms of delivery of finance for adaptation? And perhaps if you could also indulge in terms of some of the solutions that are being scaled up in Jamaica that we could use in other regions as well. So over to you, Honorable Samuda.
Thank you for the opportunity to join you this afternoon with such an esteemed panel. I recall last year's planning meetings, I believe it was in April, when Jamaica became an ambassador nation for the local program. So it is not lost on us the importance of this program, and it is one that we're very committed to. But we didn't take the ambassadorship purely to join a coalition or a task force of sorts for a necessary program. We took it because Jamaica's living example is one that displays why adaptation programs are so absolutely important. I think if we look at the macro and global levels, I think the recently tabled IPCC reports tell us why we need adaptation. I think the global stocktake, as is underway, or rather is to be published, it is a clear example of why we need adaptation. I think importantly, colleagues should remember that 1.5, though hanging by a thread, wasn't an ideal target. It was an acceptance of the equal sharing of misery. And it was an acceptance that with the world warming by 1.5, there would be desperate need for adaptation. It's why we contemplated the need for adaptation financing in the Paris Agreement. It's why we have programs like the UNCDF local. It's why I think it's incredibly important that Nordic nations have continued their long-held environmental principles and shown leadership in this regard. So whether it is Norway with the matter of oceans, or Sweden with what they've done with the leadership they've shown on the Stockholm Conventions, etc., it's well known that Nordic nations have always put their money where their mouth is. And I think that is an important principle to acknowledge, because as our beginning speaker would have said, it's time to put action ahead of ambition. We come and we call for scaled-up ambition, but we don't leave COPs with the follow-up actions that we should see, which is why to many of us who come year in, year out, it does function as a matter of frustration. However, I think it is important to acknowledge that programs such as this do function as a bit of a beacon of light of sorts. The local program is incredibly important, and what it has shown and some of its key achievements include community achievement. I know in the Jamaican context, we've recently just been approved for our readiness grant, and we're working with our parish councils, which tend to be the point of direct contact with our communities, and we're looking at their resilience, we're doing the assessments, and we will be deploying the capital to ensure that they're able, post-disaster, whether it is in times of great flood or post-hurricanes, or even when we have chronic droughts, they're better able to connect with our citizens. But I think it is important to note that with where we are and with the current levels of warming that we're experiencing and the shifts in weather patterns that we are seeing, that scaling up finance is going to be absolutely critical for adaptation. The calls are taking place in this room, in other rooms, for adaptation financing to match mitigation financing, because we haven't met mitigation targets, because the weather patterns have shifted so far. And there is nowhere that it is more important than in our local institutions. So it is, something that we acknowledge. We thank the Nordic nations for their financial contributions and their moral leadership in this space. But we also think there has to be room for scaling up. That scaling up has to take place in two ways, I believe. It has to take place in significant technical support. Nordic nations, as older democracies and more developed democracies than many LDCs and SIDS, have the benefit of very strong local government institutions, which, with the changing climate, will need to be passed on. Ultimately, for us to be able to respond and to put in place varying adaptation programs, whether it is in water, whether it is in healthcare, whether it is in local infrastructure, whether it is in climate-smart agriculture, we're going to need strong institutions to deliver these programs ahead of 2030 if we're going to be able to do that. And then ultimately, we're going to have to work doubly hard on the financing mechanisms. One of the things that has come up certainly in varying ministerial dialogues, it has come up certainly in I know my discussions with David in other fora, is there's going to have to be designated sources of finance. Ultimately, adaptation cannot be left to the whims and fancies of the developed world to help those who are most vulnerable. We are going to have to lean on the moral leadership of our Nordic neighbors, our Nordic brothers and sisters, to help us to get the multilateral system to respond with designated sources of financing so that programs like Local, which work in Ghana, which work in Jamaica, can be properly resourced. It is incredibly important that a program like this that has been successful, that is making a difference in the Pacific, it's making a difference in Africa, it's making a difference in the Caribbean, although I had hoped that it wouldn't just be Jamaica from the Caribbean this year. But we will work with you to bring other nations into the Local program, certainly at the CARICOM level and even within Central America, because they face the same challenges. So we will work with the CDF, the UN CDF team to ensure that the program is broadened. But in broadening the program, we need to ensure that we broaden the financial base to make the program not a philosophical one, but a practical one that gets on the front lines and works with local institutions to ensure that those who are on the front lines of the crisis, whether it is from saltwater intrusion into wells, whether it is from loss of loss of coastline, or whether it is from chronic droughts, that we're able to build in the resilience in working with local institutions to help communities that are indeed not just most vulnerable, but already most affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samuda, for your work. Thank you also for leading us with the first country in the Caribbean. There is a second one that is coming, although we have to do a lot of preparation work, which is Haiti, and it's going to be a complex setting, and we are really pleased to get started at last in Jamaica with the GCF support and perhaps also some co-financing from Sweden that we benefit from at the global level. Thank you very much. Dr. Kwaku, Ghana was one of the first African nations working with Local. Started about 10 years ago. We've progressed well with moving to 13 districts, but there are many, many more districts in Ghana that we would like to help access finance for. Could you please share with us the experience of Ghana in addressing the local risk and what is your vision, or how do you see these particular systems gradually going to scale? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And let me say that I'm very happy to be in this company and to share with you some of the perspectives that we have. But first of all, let me situate these things in context. Sometimes when we talk about adaptation, it looks like people think that there's this, let me put it this way, this global thing about environment and global warming and climate change is a continuum. Even loss and damage is a continuum. It's an acute exacerbation of a chronic phenomena. As a doctor, I know that if you have a hypertension, you can go into what we call CCF. What do you call it? You can have chronic cardiac failure. And then we have to bring you to normal before we give you your basic drugs. The same thing with this climate issue. If you talk about mitigation, you have to attack, like the lady said. Adaptation in one breath is good to do, but it's also, a strategy to achieve the mitigation that we want, particularly for Africa. Let me chip in this thing quickly before I address the local issues, because they are all interlinked. I was placed in, when I became the minister at first, I looked at this whole climate issue, and I was inclined to advise my president not to attend them so frequently. Why? Because I said, look, this whole emission thing is from the industrialized countries, namely the global north. And if Africa, our footprint is only some 4%, then why should we come and waste executive time here? Two things that emerge from that kind of analysis. Number one is that we have an enlightened self-interest to be here. If we don't take, we all sink in the boat, and that is not being smart. Number two, I discovered that we hold the keys to at least part of the keys to this solution. And then I will link it with adaptation. You know, the tropical world, we have a huge capacity to, you know, these carbon sink things. So if you do not address the issue of poverty in Africa, in the Caribbean, in, you know, the Amazon forest, their capacity to cause harm, they will reduce the forest cover, and then you cannot have your carbon sinks. And then the acute climate phenomena will be exacerbated in places in Germany. Now I'm hearing that in Nordic countries too, you are facing them. So really, they are all interlinked. So coming back home, I'm saying that local issues, this whole thing, picture when you Google, you have this Google map, and then you know, sometimes the Earth appears very small, and then you hone in on Africa, and then into Ghana, into my, you know, my electoral area, my small village, and then you find, you know, homes. Literally. The same thing with these climate issues. Now we are talking on it at the global level. But if we want solutions, it is the people who will have to provide the solutions. That is the final pathway. It's like biochemistry in the body. We have the final pathway in which all these things are executed. If we don't realize it that way, then we are making a mistake. Now, about the Ghanaian situation. So how have we been dealing with it? Yes, we have been saying that conceptually, this problem is actually a local issue, like I've tried to demonstrate. We can solve this climate issue only by aggregating this whole thing. First, Africa must be helped and Ghana must be helped. Communities have to be helped to develop. We have our aspirations. But now that we have the data, we should not cause more problems. In other words, we should not rely on fossil fuels and whatnot on the whole to, you know, cause. But we have a lot of capacity to cause more problems because, as you know, our population is increasing. And after all, this problem is a human anthropogenic caused. It's caused by human activity. So as even we increase our population, we should be, you know, incentivized so that we solve our development problems, our social problems, even at the local and community levels, so that we do not, you know, contribute to this problem. So how have we been addressing these local climate issues? In Ghana, we have got 3 main systems for addressing these things. And we have the formal sector, that's government, that's local government. We call them MMDAs, municipal district and metropolitan assemblies. But we have one big area, and again, let me address your mind to the fact that in Africa, we have a huge informal sector. That informal sector should be brought into this conversation as even an economic entity, because Ghana, our informal sector is about 65%. And those people, in fact, most of their activities are in the environment and they are having a free ride. In other words, they are not being taxed, they are causing environmental havoc. Governments are not in a position to control them. And even if we do control them, there are ethical and social issues that arise. I do not want to go into details. So the point I want to make, and there are laws in places like this, because your economy is almost 98%, 90-something% formal. But we have informal systems where government has law control. And then another party to all these things is the traditional authority. When you're talking about environmental issues, when you are talking about climate issues, I tell you, governments in Africa may want to present themselves as having a lot of control and big sway. I tell you, traditional authorities have a big sway. Let me give you a practical example. In the area where I come from, called Sevi, my traditional authority, we used to have 2 taboo days. Taboo days is that you don't go to the forest to do anything. You just don't step there. 2/7 I just worked it out. 2 over 7 times 365 days. It's about 103 days. So look, my friends, 103 days out of the year, you do not even have the capacity even to cause havoc in the forest because there is an injunction on you not to go to the forest. You understand? So as we fragment this traditional authority and we in the name of modernity, now Ghana, we have jettisoned these taboo days. So a lot of people frequently are going to the forest and destroying the forest. But in the past, whether in Ashanti, Sevi, and I'm using traditional names now, that constitute Ghana, you did not have the, and there were severe injunctions why you could not even go to the forest to cause devastation. Because if you do not step there, you will not even have the capacity to cause trouble. So these are the 3 key people that we have been dealing with. So we are dealing with the government MMDAs, and we are dealing in the climate issue. We believe that the 2 issues are variability and then vulnerability. Variability from the climate issue. Right now, seasons have been disrupted, rainfall patterns are not following what we used to know, and all that. And then people are also very vulnerable because of the unpredictability of the weather. Currently, even as I speak to you now, in more than 2 decades, the Akosombo Dam, which is generating about 40% of this Ghana's electricity, has had to be spilled to save the dam, and then a catastrophe. We have no doubt that it is due to unusual, rain that very, very unseasonal. But it's happened, and a lot of people have been displaced. People have lost their lives and their livelihoods and whatnot. But one thing I know about my country is that, and because I've done comparative studies, that we have got institutions to deal with this problem. I was amazed. At the government level, we have an institution called NADMO. I'm using it as an example, how local we do it. The NADMO, National Disaster Management Organization, is represented at the local level. So they supply relief and whatnot. But again, just like Ghana, check the figures for Ghana on COVID. We averted, we were one of the best countries that averted COVID because of our past, how we dealt with measles, how we dealt with this. We mobilized the traditional authority, we mobilized CSOs led by this faith-based organization, churches and whatnot at the local level to deal with. I would recommend that those are the organizations which make things happen. Government should help, but at the end of the day, the final delivery should be done by these faith-based organizations, this, traditional authority, because they have had years and years and years of experience. And if we are dealing with climate issues, that is the go-to institutions. Governments, yes, historically, after all, we had our independence only in 1957. Yes, it's a long time, but I tell you, when we take the chieftaincy institution, for example, by the way, I should have been a chief, but I elected to become a politician. So I know what I'm talking about. But we've linked all these issues with our nationally determined contributions. And I tell you, the Ghanaian experience is quite unique. And so we are using all these key actors to deliver on our climate change action in Ghana. As a matter of fact, we are implementing the local climate adaptive living facility since 2016, with funding sourced primarily from the EU and Sweden. And following the pilot phase, we've moved to roll out the local to 10 MMDAs with support from the European Union. Funding that came with a focus on green jobs creation, in particular for women and youth, again, those marginalized groups. But again, in Ghana, you don't underrate women. They are a very powerful force. In fact, they have economic muscle, unlike other parts in Africa. Look, Africa is not one huge continent. It's very heterogeneous. And Ghana is as different from Togo as is different from La Côte d'Ivoire, even though we share similar attributes. Those of you from the global north, you tend to think that we are the same. It's just to think that somebody from the United Kingdom is the same as somebody from Sweden. Sorry, you've made a huge mistake. But you've multiplied that so many times, and you see what I mean. Then the results have been very good indeed, and our earlier support from our partners have paved the way for additional contribution from Norway, which is now supporting us with a rollout of local activities with a focus on climate-smart agriculture. And here I'm also a farmer. We will want climate-smart agriculture. We can do 3 rice harvests per year. If only we get the solar panels, you forget about lithium batteries. We don't need them. We cut down the price by more than half. So we need those things, and we have to scale them up. At this juncture, sorry, I'm talking too much. That's why I want to talk fast, because there are so many things crammed, and this thing gives me opportunity to talk about so many issues. But what I want to say is that in our local agriculture sector, which is, if you like, almost an extractive industry, if we have productivity going up, if we can get 3 rice harvests instead of 1, we will then spare the forest. Then we will have a huge capacity for carbon sequestration. So we've got so many things to be done. And this whole movement, I know that there's the need for transparency, the need to demonstrate things that will work. But you see, we are also fighting against time. So I'm suggesting to this assembly that we should be able to be empirical and take some things which are not a bit proven. Even while we must be guided by the data and the science, after all, this climate issue is inexact science. So our actions should not be conditioned on things that we want to prove, in too much rigor. What I want to say is that we have to get transparency, we have to get things that proven, but we must work and see the main thing, that this thing works, and forget about the details. Finally, to support the Nordic countries have been rolling out, have been helping us, and we want to work towards achieving our national adaptive goals. We are now looking to secure additional funding and adaptation from vertical funds. But again, at this forum such as this, I want to remind everybody that peasant farmers are investing their money in adapting now. Perhaps if you go and do the accounting, you will find out that indigenous people, peasant farmers, local communities have invested more of their income in order to adapt and cope with this climate issue more than we give them credit for. In forums such as this, I realize that that is not, realized. I can give you a practical example, because when I say as a young farmer, I'm a doctor, a physician, but I'm also a farmer. The way we constructed our houses were not the way we constructed them now. We always factor in the fact that the rains are, infrequent, the hurricanes or what you designate them is too much, so we have to make sure that we invest more in corrugated iron sheets who can withstand the force of the winds and so on and so forth. The positives of local are to focus on community engagement, like I've said, and then investments have to be decided upon following community actions. Finally, let me take the second part of the question. Our results have been very positive in all these things. It is, for example, it is access to resources that are holding back more rapid rollout of local. And that is what is slowing us from reaching more communities and more people. Ghana, like many nations, would like to assess adaptation finance to be simplified. This whole thing is a very complex issue, but we have to simplify our methods. As you can see from our own journey, funding is often earmarked, yes, and comes with conditionalities. But we have to be able to flexible. Agility is called for so that we can, of course, and all these things should come with ethics, transparency, and whatnot. I'm not calling for opacity in the disbursement of. There's even. I've always told my friends that we have a moral injunction to use the taxpayers' money from Sweden in a very diligent way. Should be extra careful in that application more than even our local money. So we have always been aware of that. So in the midst of this climate emergency, we need a simplification of processes and not to make things very difficult. Consistency is also another big challenge. Project approaches to financing are, by their nature, stop and start. It is all go when the funds are available and activities grind to a halt when the funds are used up. This is very disruptive, and not to talk of even, a huge cost in the long run. And finally, as Ghana prepares to roll out our nationally the local mechanism in 2024, we count on our partners, in particular our Nordic partners, who are so supportive, who are so understanding, to support us in this endeavor. I thank you. I thank you very much. I'm sorry I took a lot more time because I thought I should do that.
Dr. Kaku, that was certainly quite a pleasure in terms of hearing your experiences from Ghana, but also being quite honest in terms of the kind of changes and reforms that are needed. And what I take from your speech is that communities can be quite diverse at the local level. This informal sector, this women's gender groups, there's quite a diversity over there when we're scaling down and zooming down to local communities. Colleagues, we've come to an end to this program. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions. What I would encourage is we'll be here to take on any questions. But I would like to thank honorable ministers and Jacob, yourself, for this time, and particularly keeping up with a busy schedule at COP28. A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session this afternoon on loss and damage in humanitarian finance. My name is Richard Cholerton. I'm wearing two hats today. I'm a researcher at Lund University, and I'm also the Vice President of Operations at Tetra Tech, a global environment and international development consulting firm. I'm really pleased to have a great panel to discuss practical lessons from humanitarian disaster risk finance for the Loss and Damage Fund. That's been the #1 story at COP28 this year, is the historic approval of the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. And the humanitarian system for decades has been improving the mechanisms at the global level, regional levels, and local levels that it uses to make sure that finance can flow quickly to local communities around the world to deal with the consequences of climate and other disasters. I'm going to give a brief presentation on some of the context of humanitarian disaster risk finance, and then we're going to discuss with our panelists, Gernot Laganda, the Chief of Climate and Disaster Risk Reduction from the United Nations World Food Programme, Kristin Hagen from the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and Nelly Moande from the START Network, all innovators in humanitarian disaster risk finance and major technical advisors to many of the parties who have been working to set up the Loss and Damage Fund through the COP process. Over the last year, we've done research commissioned by USAID's Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance through their USAID Climate Adaptation Support activity to map humanitarian disaster risk finance and understand what mechanisms exist and some of the trends in humanitarian risk finance at the moment. And so I'm just going to give a brief snapshot of some of the key points to set the stage for today's discussion. Humanitarian disaster risk finance covers a whole range of different, what we call windows of opportunity. Some that activate before disasters occur. We've all heard of anticipatory action and forecast-based financing. Some that happen and are released when disasters occur, immediate response funds, and others that fund large-scale response to major disasters, reconstruction, and recovery. When you start to look at those finance mechanisms, we often, especially in the climate change negotiations, focus on the appeals process. I know you can't read my bubbles, and I'm very sorry for their size. In other words, we focus on the process of, after a disaster occurs, doing an assessment, launching a humanitarian appeal, and the slow process of mobilizing large-scale finance for response. But in fact, the humanitarian system has a number of different mechanisms in addition to that process. That process is very important. It represents $50 billion a year in 2023, up from $30 billion in 2022. So that is a huge amount of money dealing with all kinds of humanitarian crises, including climate disasters, but also including conflicts and other humanitarian disasters. But when you dig a little deeper, you see that there are many, many other mechanisms out there. Immediate response funds, supply chain finance mechanisms, insurance mechanisms, anticipatory action mechanisms. What's been really interesting in the humanitarian system is that traditional contingency funds, immediate response funds like the CERF, the Central Emergency Response Fund, or WFP's Immediate Response Fund, or the Disaster Emergency Response Fund of the Red Cross, they have provided grant finance after disasters for years. Those funds are innovating, adding anticipatory windows, adding insurance elements, and they're large. They're capitalized at over $1 billion. All of the large funds now have anticipatory windows, and some are adding insurance layers to make their finance more efficient. There's also been a significant trend towards integrating parametric insurance, particularly through regional risk pools. Regional risk pools have been one of, I think, the most important outcomes of the UNFCCC process in terms of action outside the convention that's been driven by the convention process, mechanisms like the Africa risk capacity. And the humanitarian sector has partnered with those pools to improve its ability not only to finance their activities, but to work more closely with national governments on their response capacities. The other point that I wanted to highlight was that increasingly we're seeing more and more structured approaches to country-level networked funding, where global humanitarian organizations and networks are working to support local networks of humanitarian organizations to disperse money more directly through local communities. And so that's something that I really want to talk with the panel, because that's one of the critical elements in the loss and damage fund text. So, oh yes, and one more thing. There's an increasing trend towards integrating humanitarian disaster risk finance with shock-responsive social protection systems. For a number of years, governments around the world have really been strengthening their social protection systems and working with humanitarian organizations and with others, the World Bank, for example, to integrate this kind of finance into shock-responsive social protection systems to enable faster delivery of assistance to the most vulnerable populations. So there's some really important lessons from that work for the Loss and Damage Fund about how to get resources that people need to them quickly through these kind of global mechanisms. So that's just a brief snapshot of what we found when we mapped out humanitarian disaster risk finance and some of the things that I want to talk with the panel about today. But really the question I want to ask the panel is, in some ways, a simple one. What are some of the real practical lessons that you've had over the last few years as you've innovated in disaster risk finance that the Loss and Damage Fund can learn from? So maybe we'll come this way. I'll start with you, Kristen, and then Nelly and Gernot. So over to you.
Oh, it already works. I don't need to press anything. Fabulous. So a couple of things I think that we've learnt, and just thinking about what's about to be demanded from the fund. So first of all, to say the fund, and a couple of people have asked me this today, the fund does not yet exist. A few people have said, how do we apply for money from the fund? The Loss and Damage Fund is going to be set up over the next year. And one of the demands on the fund is going to be speed, and another demand on the fund is going to be that it reaches some of the most vulnerable populations. And there has also been a discussion around how to have it accessible by local communities. And all of these things are, in many ways, an opposition to the way in which big climate funds work. They're not fast, they're not accessible by local communities, and they often struggle to reach the most vulnerable communities, particularly those that might be in fragile and conflict-affected states. So there's a few big challenges this fund will have to overcome. In terms of some of the things that we have learned, one of the things I would say is that the only way to get money somewhere fast is to take a lot of time setting up the systems to do so. So if I think about how our anticipatory action window for the DREF works, so the DREF is our fund that delivers very, very fast money whenever you have a disaster, and it also works in advance of a disaster. So it has a 25% of it is allocated for anticipatory action. So to set that up, what we need is something called an early action protocol. I think we're listening to a few other people as well. So in order to set up an early action protocol that when you hit a specific, for example, a category of storm, it's a certain level, we know a certain number of people are going to be impacted, it's going to be a certain severity in a community where there is an early action protocol, you can, with just the forecast, trigger funding to go to people so that they can, for example, evacuate. fairly simple. The challenge is to set up that early action protocol, the agreements between the government, the community, the IFRC, the National Society, all of those that are involved in doing it, takes around 3 years. And so one of the primary messages I would say for this particular fund is if they want to be able to act quickly, you've really got to invest in advance in communities. The pieces of the puzzle that we have that make it a little bit easier is that we have national societies with local branches in all of these communities, and we do what are called vulnerability and capacity assessment. So there's a lot of the groundwork that is put in place. So this first thing I think is around investing in preparedness and the capacity at the local level to respond. I think one other point that I would like to make, and I know that my colleagues will raise a lot of really good points, so I don't need to go through all of them, but maybe one other one that's worth noting in particular is just around speed versus scale. So the difference between humanitarian and the big climate funds is we are often much, much smaller amounts of money going to a wide variety of local organizations, national organizations, and so on. And we're able to get it quickly to the local level, but it's small amounts. And we have a different risk threshold. And so I think one of the things this fund is going to need to look at is to work out where are they going to be on that scale. If you've got a scale between the massive climate funds that go only to governments and take 3 years, long application process to get there, versus a humanitarian fund that's going to be only $1 million at most, going straight to the local communities in 24 hours, you've got to find yourself somewhere on that scale. And you've got to find a way of having a process for applying that is accessible for local and national organizations and not too cumbersome and time-consuming. Over to others, though.
Thanks, Kristen. Nelly, over to you.
Thank you very much. So for me, I want to start by saying it's actually exciting to see the parties agreeing on this fund very early in the COP. I was just looking at one document that the what are they calling it? The transitional committee that has been set up to actually lead on the operationalization of the loss and damage fund. They actually highlight our 3 funds. They highlight the DREF, they highlight the SAFE funds. They also highlight our START network, our funding instruments like START Ready, which we launched in COP28. So it's exciting to see that, and they recognize how we complement the loss and damage fund. So for me, I think she's highlighted some of actually the concerns that we see. Around it. I think what is still hazy right now is the details of how will it work. We still have the pledges are exciting to see the numbers growing, but of course you are still asking yourself, if we don't control the emissions, if the temperature's going high, there's a disproportionate linkages with the figures that we need in the event we don't really stick to these commitments of reducing the temperatures to make them go down and those targets. It would mean we would see more and more people needing help, and in billions by 2030, worse by 2050. So I think those are some of the things that I think we're still trying to figure out, like the commitments beyond what we're hearing, beyond the figures we're seeing put, what will it look like going forward? But also, something that you lightly inferred around how will it actually work in terms of what we want to see on ground. For example, access by local actors. A START network, really our vision is around the locally led humanitarian action. How would that work? Access by local actors, what would that look like? So some of those areas are still hazy. I did touch on the START Ready that we launched at COP28, which now is in its second, we are on the second pool. We are now going to pool 3. So of course there is limited learning from it, but some of the things that we've experienced from it is just around the issues of aspects of, again, like maybe the technical versus operational aspects, like how do we ensure that...
Nelly, could you just tell the audience what Start Ready does?
All right. So basically, Start Ready, it's another global pool fund. In fact, like at the global level, it's coming to join the likes of DREF by the Red Cross, the likes of the UN SAFE funds. So if you Google it's the Start Ready, we can also share more about it after this session. It's a pooled fund that is also looking at a predictable or some of those predictable crises, like major crises like cyclones, heat waves, drought. And it's about prepositioning it as well. So when we launched it 2 years ago, a lot of our donors who are already funding our other funding instrument at global level agreed to this other second pot of funds at global level. The difference with it is that, again, it works with hazard that can be modeled, and if it can be modeled, then we can already look at predetermined triggers. And then with the network, we are basically a network of close to 100 local, national, and international INGOs. In countries that have like these major hazards that are high risk, the members can pre-plan around it. And then each year they make a coverage application for that risk. And at global level, we are pulling it, and that allows us to stretch. So for instance, if we go for multi-country, multi-risks in the one pool, that allows us to stretch the funds. So I'll give an example. In the pool 2 that we're working on, we had like 5.5, and through the pooling system, we're able to stretch it like about 1.6 times. That brings it to like 7.3 million, and that allows us to actually stretch in terms of the number of risks that we can cover. So yeah, so it's one of those funds that has joined the other initiatives at global level, like what she just explained, and the UN one. We are all jointly trying to see how do we complement some of these initiatives through the Loss and Damage Fund. So I'll just go back into, some of the challenges for us. Like I said, it's also new. We only launched it 2 years ago. So there's still aspects around, the evidence of how it's working. We are just starting, so we're still putting in systems around quality assurance, procedures, and things like digitalizing it. So there's still some learning, but we don't want to really rush. Maybe in the next COP29, we'll be sharing more of that. But it is working. It is helping a lot in terms of stretching the funds, but also having pre-arranged financing so that we really capture that window of opportunity that exists before the communities are affected by disasters.
Thanks, Nelly. I think that's such an important initiative to follow, because it is one that pushes funding out to hundreds of local organizations, which is one of the key objectives of the Loss and Damage Fund. And some of your points build on Kristen's, that it's really the groundwork that makes the fast disbursement possible. Gernot, WFP is the world's largest frontline humanitarian organization with one of the longest histories in humanitarian disaster risk finance. What would you advise the new board of the Loss and Damage Fund? What practical lessons has WFP learned?
Yeah. Thanks for the invite. It's nice to have this conversation. The first thing I would probably advise them on is, like, do not create your own little loss and damage universe. See the loss and damage discussion in the context of all these lines of defense that stand between a climate shock and a vulnerable household, right? The first line of defense is still climate change mitigation, right? If we now start to sequester ourselves in this world of loss and damage and forget about really the big trends, I think we are not making much progress. As humanitarians, we are really not actively, I think, driving this mitigation debate, but we're certainly trying to establish the link between humanitarian needs and the overheating climate. The second line of defense is climate change adaptation. And again, for many humanitarians, this is a bit of a new territory, but WFP, for example, is accredited with the Green Climate Fund, the only humanitarian agency that is accredited. We work with adaptation projects mostly in places where development actors have a more difficult time operating, in the Iraqs and in the Somalias and the Haitis. So there are spaces where humanitarian agencies can work with adaptation funding, but on the global scale, adaptation after 28 years of COPs has still been too little too late. And the UNEP Adaptation Gap Report speaks a very clear language. About $21 billion are available in adaptation financing, but this is only a 10th to a 15th to what is necessary every year. So the adaptation gap is massive. The next line of defense that we then have is what we would call protection. Protection in the, not in the sense of humanitarian protection once we're already in an emergency, but in the sense of what can we do now to shield communities that do not have the luxury to wait until the emission curve is bending or the Green Climate Fund basically approves new projects. What can we do now to protect people next season and not in a few years from now? And then this is where many of the solutions that you have projected on your screen come in. Disaster preparedness planning, I think, is a very, very simple, low-tech and long-established discipline that still remains underfunded, right? Contingency planning. What do we do as a government, as an NGO community, as a UN, if a particular hazard starts to hit? Who does what? Insurance protection. There are by now these risk pools that enable humanitarian organizations and governments, and I think the START network and WFP are a good example of that, to also buy insurance coverage. And then when there is a payout, to crowd it into an early humanitarian response that saves time and basically mobilizes additional financing that otherwise would have to be raised through an appeals process. Anticipatory action, connecting early warning triggers with prepositioned financing. Again, there, I think we are globally not at the level where we should be. Around 2% of all the aid financing is prepositioned. This is nowhere near where we could be. So we are still working with an age-old model of waiting for things to happen, then raising funding, and then wondering why, you know, we are not closing the humanitarian needs gap. But that said, the effectiveness and the efficiency of anticipatory action has by now been proven. So we have, I think in WFP, 5 years of testing and trying this out under our belt. The challenges are probably there, that depending on the hazard type, whether you're looking at a drought risk, a flood hazard, or at a storm or a heat wave hazard, you need different anticipatory actions, and we need to understand which combinations really work best in order to reduce humanitarian need. I think for the fast onset hazards like floods and tropical storms, an early cash transfer is a very effective way of doing things. When it comes to drought, where we have longer lead times, more uncertainty, a cash transfer is not as effective. It needs to be coupled with other solutions like livestock protection. So we are trying to figure out together as a humanitarian community which bundles of activities make the most sense. And if then this last line of protection, the mitigation line, the adaptation line, the protection line, if that fails too, then there's the humanitarian response line, which at the moment is unfortunately the default in which we manage climate risk, especially in fragile settings. And that, as you know, I think is also hugely underfunded with a funding gap of around 50% this year. But my main message here is all these 4 lines of defense need to really be driven forward by us as an international community in conjunction with each other, rather than now saying, okay, we failed on mitigation, we failed on adaptation, now why don't we focus on loss and damage?
Thanks, Gernot. Yeah, really, really interesting points. One of the things that I find most troubling is, despite the fact that we know that climate risks are increasing and therefore climate disasters are affecting more people, and we know that half of humanitarian crises are predictable with early warning systems, and a quarter of them can be modeled with some certainty, that only 2%, as you said, of humanitarian finance is pre-positioned. And that means the money is used inefficiently. Nelly, I was really interested to hear your statistics that in Start Ready, of the 5.5 million using risk pooling and insurance mechanisms, you're able to stretch that to 7.7 million dispersed, which is really interesting. Could you talk a little bit about how important partnerships are with governments and local organizations and global humanitarian actors to build the kind of capacities and do the kind of preparedness that all 3 of you have highlighted? What are some of the success stories there in building those partnerships and building capacities through the deployment of better risk financing mechanisms?
Thank you. I just want to start by saying thanks a lot for highlighting those statistics, the 2%, and we know that almost 55% of these predictable risks, like only 55% of the funding is going, is like 55% of the disasters are predictable, yet only the 2%. Okay, maybe coming to the issue of the way we approach it. For us at the START network, we realize that I think we're always saying that, you know, the role of protecting citizens, if it's not a failed state, needs to lie with the state. And so much as we as actors, we're independent, but we also want to think about the sustainability of whatever we're doing. So in most of the initiatives, I did talk about the START Ready, because that is what is a START network funding instrument, or pooled funding instrument at global level. But we also have the Africa Risk Capacity, where jointly with WFP and more recently the UNHCRs, we've joined forces with the African Union member states to look at how to prepare for early actions in the event of major disasters like drought, flooding, cyclones, and through transferring the risk, part of the risk to insurance, where the government purchases a primary policy, then we replicate it. In some contexts where the risk is very high, they might go for multiple partners. So we have countries like Somalia, where we went in, and now WFP is coming in. At the moment, UNHCR is in Malawi. The idea is that we complement the governments. So for us, apart from the complementing component, we're also seeing it as an opportunity to be building systems that are meant to really take the primary responsibility of protecting its citizens. So what we do is that much as we are running independent, what can I say, independent financing, when, for example, we buy insurance premium and there's a payout, the government would get a corresponding payout to the premium that they would have purchased. So would UNWFP, so would the START network, so would the UNHCR. However, in terms of the planning, or what we talk about around setting up systems for effective management of these risks, we are moving together with the governments. If it's around analyzing the risks and looking at the historical profile of the risk and setting up the thresholds, that's a process that we're doing together with these member states. The idea is that, you know, we can allow for some capacity strengthening in the process. We can allow for joint learning. We can also allow for joint accountability. In most cases, as the humanitarian, maybe civil society sector, sometimes we're like, the government is not accountable. But sometimes if you use a confrontational approach, sometimes you just block influence. So for us, it's like, because we're working together, we can strategize and say, hey, the way this is being done, how do we approach the government? But already we're on the same table when we are planning, so that gives us lots of opportunity to influence them. I'll give you an example on things like timeliness of the response. In most countries, for example, when disaster strikes, even for just early response, they'll take forever on the assessments. Nobody's thinking what is happening to those households that are affected. Now that we're working together, we can talk about, you know, how vulnerability assessments are done much early, so that we can actually take care of the early action window. We are currently working a lot across Africa, and again, jointly with all my counterparts sitting here, IFRC, WFP, and others who are not here, like UN OCHA, FAO, and the different other actors, to look at even things like models, harmonization of models, joint development of models, so that we avoid like duplication of efforts or misuse of resources, because we're just doing the same thing. We can actually do that together, but also it's creating an opportunity for a lot of cross-learning, so that, you know, whatever we are doing, we are all collectively working towards saving these communities that are at risk better.
Thanks, Nelly. Kirsten or Gernot, any thoughts on that question?
In terms of successes or in terms of gaps?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe a couple of things, just thinking again about what is going to be wanted from the Loss and Damage Fund and what is needed. The clear thing that what the Loss and Damage Fund needs to do is to be filling gaps that are out there. And as Gernot mentioned, one of the biggest gaps is actually in adaptation. If you don't mitigate first, you have to adapt. If you don't adapt, then you have to deal with loss and damage. And so I think the first piece before we even get to the loss and damage fund is let's reduce the amount that is needed in it by thoroughly investing in adaptation. In terms of what the loss and damage fund will need to cover, there are a couple of current gaps that I think are important to point out. The first one I would say is in terms of slow onset. What is going to happen to people who will lose their territory, who will lose their culture, who will lose their homes? That is a huge gap, and there isn't really a clear way forward in terms of how the fund will deal with this. And I don't have the answers on that, but I think it's a really important question to be resolved. A second gap is going to be which are the communities that are being left out. And in terms of what you said about positive lessons learned and successes, one of the things that which our work has shown is things like the anticipatory action that we've been talking about can actually work in fragile and conflict-affected states. And so we're certainly seeing that it is possible to reach the community level. For example, we have early action protocols that have been set up in Mali that have been successfully triggered and that have saved lives and livelihoods, enabling people to evacuate with their livestock, return home safely. So I think there is an important piece about it is possible, you just have to work out how. The other big gap, I would say, is around recovery. So if I look at another one of our success stories, and to give you a concrete example, we had Cyclone Freddy in Malawi earlier this year, which was really quite horrific. It was a massive, massive storm that affected so many communities. And one of the things we saw is in the communities where we had a long-term presence, so we'd been there for many years, the communities knew the National Red Cross Society, they knew what happened, what you were meant to do when you got an early warning system. The loss of lives was incredibly low. So there was really huge numbers of lives were saved, but it was because of the presence. Now, because the storm was so massive, the Red Cross Society was asked to do exactly the same thing in communities where they didn't have a presence. And there we discovered that we just weren't as successful in saving lives. So the success was built on the fact the community knew us and knew what to do because they'd been through it before. And so I think that's a really important point to be aware of, just again in terms of how much of the pre-work is needed at the local level. And then the other thing to point out is the big gap that we saw in Malawi was the lack of money available for a resilient recovery. And so what you're seeing is that people who were evacuated from their houses, they go back to their houses and there's no money to rebuild them. And if they do rebuild them, they're going to be exactly the same or even less standard and more likely to be destroyed next time, instead of actually investing in building something that will last. Now, we managed to get a really small grant to the Malawi Red Cross, who did build, after the last storm, a small number of sort of climate, what shall we call them, storm-resilient houses. None of them were destroyed. And so that community was able to go home and go back to normal instead of having to dig into whatever savings they had to try and rebuild for the second, third, or fourth time. And so I think if there's a way the Loss and Damage Fund can really fill that resilient recovery gap, in the long term, it's going to make such a difference in people's lives. And it connects back to what Gernot was saying about the importance of actually investing in adaptation, because they come together. They're not part of different universes.
Thanks, Kristen. Good.
You go on, sorry.
Gernot, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I think the challenges and the opportunities, they are for us a little bit in the same space. As a humanitarian system, we are very distribution focused, right? Our whole operating models, the processes, the skills in the workforce, they are about distributing things after a shock has happened. But effective solutions to really minimize and address loss and damage are a little bit more related to building different systems. So we need to get from also from this mindset of doing everything ourselves and distributing things to enabling institutions at national government level, local government level, to work with these risk financing mechanisms. The opportunity lies there as well, because for example, when we work with insurance mechanisms, that really gets governments to think about fiscal resilience. They think about, okay, how, if there now a particular disaster happens, how much money would we have to mobilize in order to address this? And are we ready for that? Especially, I think, in the Caribbean region, where one tropical storm can wipe out 20–30% of your GDP in one hazard. There are these very, very strong considerations about fiscal resilience. And then working through or with insurance-based mechanisms makes you think this through, especially when we do it together. Then there is also then this idea of what do we do if there is an impact with the payout. So that systems building is important. On the other side, in some countries, especially those that have social protection systems, these insurance payouts, they can be channeled into or through a social protection system. Then, a government turns a social protection system that is normally there to just distribute some support to reduce poverty. All of a sudden, it turns into a disaster risk financing instrument if you can fill it fast enough and in a targeted way, and using the targeting mechanisms of the humanitarian sector to get the money disproportionately more to the people who are in harm's way. So there are these systems building elements which are potentially huge for a government. Our challenge is that we also need to, I think, grow in this space together with our government partners, because we also have a long tradition of logistics, emergency logistics. That will always be necessary, but I think the new generation of humanitarians will become a little bit more versatile, working with different risk financing systems and then plugging it with that capacity strengthening at government level. Thanks, Gunnar. Really great points. Lots of interesting things happening, but also some serious gaps. I mean, the point, Kirsten, you made about financing for resilient recovery, I think, is a major gap. It's a major gap the humanitarian system's been flagging for a long time, and hopefully we can see some more attention to that. Unfortunately, I think there won't be much time for adaptation except between disasters in many places. So we better do it when we can. We've got a few minutes left, and I just wanted to see if there are any questions from the audience.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lionel from Civic Exchange, a Hong Kong-based think tank. And it sounds like with the work that you've done in very vulnerable and emerging markets, these are hard-learned lessons, which I think a lot of developed markets don't always learn, because I think they've sort of almost by nature have entrenched more like resilient systems, but that's changing over time. Like in Hong Kong, we've had quite a few very extreme weather events that were on the tail end that we haven't seen before in the last year, and those have been extremely disruptive. And you don't know how to adapt to this until it's happened. So I'm wondering if there are lessons that you've learned in the work that you would recommend, a city like Hong Kong should adopt before. We don't want to learn that lesson the hard way. We'd like to learn that from what you've sort of experienced already. So what can we do as a developed city to learn from what you've experienced?
Thanks very much. That's a really great question. I live in the US, in Vermont. We had the worst floods in 100 years this year, and our climate change projections tell us that's going to become more and more frequent, and we have a lot of capacity there, but nonetheless it was devastating. Our state capital was flooded, and the road to recovery will be tremendous, and many of the things that I work on internationally I wish we had at home as well. So I'll turn over to the panel. What recommendations would you have?
The question that everyone has, every government has, or also every city has, is if you have $100 in your pocket, how do you spend them in order to maximize basically your risk management? How much of that $100 do you invest in mangrove afforestation? How much do you use to retrofit buildings? How much do you invest in an insurance premium? And how much do you keep aside for contingencies? And the answer to that question is unfortunately quite complex, and it is different from context to context. We are starting to learn about this in developing countries where we already have a track record of some experience. It's a little bit sequential design. No, we had 10 years ago, we started planting trees, and then we started to add an element of insurance on top of it. And then we see a little bit how the combination of these different layers of protection make over a longer period of time people more resilient to new shocks that are coming in. So I think the first approach would be, really going into the data crunching mode and figuring out how has the city of Hong Kong been able to deal with these shocks in the past? Where did you have your losses and damages? And then, you know, which investment envelopes are available in the government to work on relevant issues? But it's, I think, a very context-specific job.
Yeah, I would say similarly for us with the Start Ready pot, we have also considered the idea of, for example, if a country makes an application to have some funds be prepositioned, whether they can actually put a portion of those funds into insurance. But there's been, I think, issues that we're exploring around the legality of that, the accounting, how to run around the accounting processes, the governance of the whole process, but it's something that we're exploring because I think it would be good to just diversify as well and not just like leave it as a pot, again, as another effort of stretching the funds. So I would say that's work in progress. For ARC, of course, that's not a Start Network program. We are a replica, joining forces with the government and the African Union agency that they set up. So yeah, I would say it's something that we're also still exploring. Like I said, we're in the second pool, but we are looking into it. But just looking at the legal issues, the accounting, the governance aspects. Thank you.
I would say community leadership is critical. And that's for two reasons. The first is because if your identification of the problem and solutions happens at the community level, it's more likely to be effective and to be what the community wants, which means they will actually use whatever the system is, the structures that have been put in place. And then the second reason why community leadership is so important is it's often a lot cheaper. It's often much easier to give a very, very small grant to a local organization to, for example, when it comes to heat waves, start community gardens on roofs that provide shade and cool down and avoid the urban heat island effect than it is necessarily to be spending at a central location where you have the massive infrastructure projects, which often are needed as well. But I think this investment in community-led action is absolutely critical.
Thanks very much, Kirsten. I would add maybe just a couple of other things. In addition to making sure you have strong local community capacity to respond, I think there are two things that I would suggest. One is be careful to understand how the risk profile has changed. There are new hazards that we haven't experienced before, prolonged heat waves, for example, especially in cities. That may not be built into the way that a city or a government runs that are different. I mean, different things that we've never had before. And the second is, I think it's, you know, Mexico, for example, has a very large sovereign wealth fund. And they will tell you that we can pay normally for the cost of disasters from the fund, but they're very diligent about using disaster risk finance because it brings discipline to the public purse. They assess the risks, they analyze the financial costs, and they use a risk layering strategy to access different instruments, including from their own budget, but also through insurance mechanisms and other contingency finance mechanisms like catastrophe drawdown facilities. And that risk layering for a government is really important. I would say one of the innovations in the humanitarian system that's been most exciting is moving from risk layering that takes into account the overall cost of disasters to looking at how much money you need through the cycle of a shock. What do you need before for anticipatory action? What do you need right after a disaster, and what do you need for resilient recovery? And so that adds, I think, a really important layer of thinking in terms of how you manage both the financial side and the capacity side. I think we're at time now for this session, so I'd really like to thank the panel for an interesting discussion. Thanks for a great question. Thanks everybody online for joining today, and let's hope that the Loss and Damage Fund gets up and running effectively as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hey everyone. I want to welcome you to this session. My name is Laila Darouih, and I'm a research associate at the Climate Policy and Research and Advisory firm Perspective Climate Research, and my work focuses on climate finance and adaptation-related topics. I want to thank you here for joining us in person and as well as online. And today we will be discussing the potential the potential of debt for climate swaps as an innovative climate finance instrument and explore the role that Nordic countries can play in reducing the ever-rising debt burden in climate-vulnerable developing countries. I'm joined here today by our 4 panelists. To my left, we have Seja Patel. Seja is an environmental economist with experience in public policy analysis, climate finance and governance, as well as climate resilient development. She works at the International Institute for Environment and Development and authored several debt and climate-related studies. Next to her, we have Didier Dogley. Didier has served as the Minister of Environment of the Seychelles. He was one of the architects of the 2015 Seychelles Debt for Climate Swap and is currently working as a consultant in sustainable development at Aspire for Tomorrow Consultancy Services. Next to Didier, we have Sophie de Kontnik. Sophie brings over 20 years of experience in international development, environment and climate change to her role as a manager for the Local Climate Adaptive Living Facility, or LOCAL, at the UN Capital Development Fund. And lastly, we are joined by Soha Shwahu, who is a scientist at the Stockholm Environment Institute in the US. Her research focuses primarily on the intersection between climate change, inequality, and sustainable development. She is also working on loss and damage finance and climate finance coordination in developing countries. Before I give the floor to my esteemed panelists, I would like to give you a brief introduction to debt for climate swaps and highlight some of the findings of our recent research in the topic. As you are all aware, international climate finance is essential to address the large-scale investments needed to help low-income countries in achieving low-carbon, climate-resilient development. However, climate finance provision to date is lagging behind what is needed. In addition, the majority of financing is obtained through debt-increasing instruments such as loans and focuses on climate change mitigation more than adaptation. At the same time, many climate-vulnerable developing countries are struggling with a severe debt crisis, with over 60% of low-income countries at risk or already in debt distress. And they are caught in a vicious cycle in which their ability to invest in addressing climate change is constrained by the need to service their debt. Meanwhile, the negative impacts of climate change, expressed by floodings or droughts, for example, necessitate further borrowing, often with a higher price. Debt for climate swaps, a variation of a debt instrument that is around since the late 1980s, has been promoted as an innovative source of finance for climate action, which doesn't increase the debt burden of lender countries. In a debt for climate swap, a country can repay its sovereign debt on better terms and at the same time unlock physical space to invest in mitigation or adaptation measures domestically. There are 2 well-established DFC swap models and a newer one which is focused on commercial debt, including debt and credit enhancement tools. Past debt for climate and nature swaps, in which debt for nature swaps focus more on conservation measures in exchange for the debt relief, have been rather low scale and had a minor impact on debt sustainability and climate or conservation-related impacts. Here, one can note that, for example, the Nordic countries participated only in a few of the over 150 implemented debt for climate swaps so far, with a focus in countries such as in Latin America, Africa, or small island states. In our research, we found that very limited debt swaps implemented so far are really linked to climate action, and that debt swaps can be a useful climate finance instrument if they're well designed and if no other options such as grants or comprehensive debt cancellation are available. However, many voices are also calling for a reform of debt swaps, as there are challenging factors such as the high transaction costs or lengthy negotiations, which make them so far not efficiently scaled up. In our session today, we will hear from our panelists about experiences with debt swaps, reform ideas, and potential uses of debt for climate swaps. Sejal will present her research at IIED with focus on a pragmatic approach for debt for nature and climate swaps. Next, Didier will provide us with lessons learned from the debt swaps experience in the Seychelles and in general more about his experiences with debt swap in the past. Sophie and Soha will talk about the potential uses of debt swap, first for financing mechanisms such as local, and then from Soha as a source for loss and damage finance. Sejal, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Leila. Hi, I'm Sejal from IIED, and I'll be talking a bit about the programmatic approach to debt for climate and nature swaps. As Leila was saying, we've done some work on the triple crisis, so bringing together the climate, biodiversity, and and debt crises to try to address them coherently. As Leila was saying, debt stocks has risen significantly in recent years, owing to both the loss and damage of climate impacts. The COVID pandemic was a big economic shock, and the 2022 food and energy price surges. So there's been a buildup of debt stock in the last few years. So swaps, as Leila was saying, came in quite a while ago. They were quite big in the 80s and 90s. And that was, again, a period where the debt stocks, as you can see a bit on the graph, were starting to rise quite rapidly. So they were brought in as a potential innovation to try to address the building debt problem. And then we had the Highly Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, and the Brady bonds come in towards the 90s, late 90s, and that helped. That was a big comprehensive debt relief. All three of them were big debt relief initiatives addressing bilateral, multilateral, and private sector debt. And so actually what that meant is there was less need for these kind of instruments to deal with debt on this kind of terms because they had a huge comprehensive initiative. And actually I would argue that HIPC was just a large-scale debt swap, because the terms of the cancellations were that countries develop country-owned PRSPs, poverty reduction strategy papers, and the debt cancellation would be premised on those papers. So it's a form of swapping the debt for investment in poverty reduction. And so now we're coming again to a big buildup of debt stock, and what we need now again is innovative solutions to address that. And at the moment we have a lack of political will to have a comprehensive initiative like the HIPC. So what's needed is a sort of innovative approach. I guess the other thing is that debt swaps is a very broad term. And so a potential approach is the way that HIPC was done, building in poverty reduction and climate and nature activities as part of an exchange for debt reduction. But the approach can vary quite a lot between that and a more sort of transaction-style approaches. So I'm going to talk a bit about 4 components that make swaps programmatic and make them close to the approach taken at HIPC. So the first component is basing the swaps on key performance indicators. So swaps should be based on KPIs that are decided by the debtor country according to their national commitments. So whatever is being presented in their NDCs or other national communications, and also, for example, the biodiversity strategies and action plans. So linking to what the countries are already committed to doing and wanting to doing nationally rather than being externally sort of decided. These priorities should also be integrated to the development objectives. The indicators should then be tracked through transparent verification systems and with independent verification mechanisms. And then this kind of approach will also support results-based budgeting. Thanks. The second component is using budget support. So the funds would be managed through the debtor countries' budget systems with accountability through fiduciary standards. So, for example, using climate and nature budget tagging. And so that's allowing a larger amount of funds to be swapped. It increases the debtor country's ownership, and it helps shift accountability to national citizens over the creditor's interests. So using national systems has a lot of benefits, including institutionalizing climate actions, strengthening the national systems, and supporting a steady and predictable flow of climate finance. It also helps to bring together a cross-ministry approach to dealing with climate impacts because it includes the Ministry of Finance in a very substantial way. So it helps internalize some of these ways of financing climate change. Thanks. The third aspect is freeing up resources. So this means that the full amount of a swap should not go to climate and nature, because by the purpose of a swap, these countries are already having a very high debt burden, and they have a lot of impacts already on their fiscal space and constraints in spending. So some of that debt does just need to be cancellation, some needs to be prioritized to other areas. So we did a study on how much of the financing released from the debt relief under the HIPC, MIDRI, and Brady Bond initiative went to poverty reduction, and we found that on average it was 26.3%. So we're suggesting a similar amount could now also integrate climate and nature objectives as part of poverty reduction. Yeah, and then from that, we found that upwards of 105 billion could be mobilized for climate and nature action for across 55 developing countries. And finally, the fourth component is having a comprehensive all creditors approach. These approaches need to address a large portion of the debt stock to actually provide a viable debt benefits to the debt stock and the debt servicing. So that means bringing in public, multilateral, and private sector debt. Multilateral agencies like the World Bank and the IMF hold a lot of debt at the moment, and they're very unwilling at the moment to deal with debt treatments. So it's also trying to bring in incentives on the multilateral side, and then also on the private sector side, there's a need to bring in some incentives to get private sector engaged as well. Yeah, so this is, with programmatic swaps, you can then have these kind of benefits of expanded fiscal space in the debtor country's government, increased investment for climate and nature, growth is increased through sustainable investments, there's a reduction in the debt stock sufficient to improve debt sustainability, and a decline in poverty through pro-poor investments. Yeah. And so just a bit of discussion about what the role could be for the Nordics in all of this. The Nordics hold very little bilateral debt, and so I guess the prevailing sort of thought is that if they're not creditors, then what can their role be in this? But there's a number of sort of areas in which I think they can still engage with these kind of instruments. They're key stakeholders in these international financial institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, where they can call for a platform for debt swaps to be established, similar to how the Paris Club exists for G20 debt treatments. And they can also advocate for a large-scale initiative for debt relief and cancellation in exchange for climate and nature. They can use their voice in the EU to call for EU support of this kind of instruments and initiatives. And they can also help provide incentives for private creditors to engage. And actually, lastly, they can also support in de-risking transactions by providing credit guarantees, political risk insurance, and just generally trying to help crowd in finance to these transactions. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought we were going to give her a clap first, and then before we get to the next one. But it's okay, it's fine. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And it's not normal that normally I sit at at this time on a Sunday evening, talking to people about debt swap. But I think it's great to be here and to share a little bit the experience that Seychelles has had as far as debt swap are concerned. My talk will be a mixture of what really Seychelles did, but also what are the most important aspects as far as debt swap in general are concerned. Well, most developing countries, especially small island developing states like Seychelles, struggle for them to have sufficient funds to put in the budget every year for them to finance, social programs, for them to be able to function as a country, let alone invest in climate adaptation and climate mitigation and all that. And especially most small island states and most countries, when they reach a level of development whereby they are classified by World Bank and IMF as middle income countries, then they do not qualify anymore for ODAs and grants. They have to take loans. And even loans, they not even qualify for concessionary loans. They have to take commercial loans. Now, imagine a country that is already struggling to find the finance for it to finance its operational programs on a yearly basis, having to find money to finance climate action. And on top of that, having a debt burden whereby instead of financing the principal, which is the main amount that they borrowed, they find themselves paying for the interest rates because the interest rates are so high. So for all these countries to keep on developing, they have to borrow. They don't have any other options. To finance infrastructure, to be able to provide their people with electricity, water, and all the facilities, they have to go out and borrow. And once it reaches a certain level, then they end up in a situation whereby they cannot really function. So in the case of Seychelles, we had a major problem during the time when we had the global financial crisis back in 2008, 2009. So we had to go out and renegotiate and restructure our debt at that time. And, but at the same time, we were thinking about how do we finance, being a small island state, we have a number of problems as far as climate adaptation is concerned, but how do we finance that? So in 2012, when we went to Rio Plus 20, we made a commitment that we will be prepared to put 30% of our EEZ, our ocean space, as a protected area, and also support nature conservation on one side, and on the other side, climate mitigation and adaptation, if we could raise that much money. And so we got together with the TNC, the Nature Conservancy, that helped us put together an initiative whereby we had to look at the details of how do we design and structure the whole thing, the whole debt swap initiative. How do we identify the different debt that will be eligible for debt swap, because not all debt qualify for debt swap, because if you have, like in the case of Seychelles, a lot of our debt had already received debt relief during the 2008-2009 global financial crisis. So a lot of that was not anymore eligible to do debt swap with. And then you have to identify exactly who are the the creditors that will be interested. And in the case of Seychelles, it was the Paris Club, because most of our debt is with the Paris Club, and that is mostly England, France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and I think Japan also belongs to that. And so once we were able to put that together, and also convince the Ministry of Finance, because the finance people did not believe in all that stuff, because for them, the best thing is to go straight to the creditors and say, we want debt relief, and they negotiate that, they get the expert to come in and help them work out whatever financial arguments they need to have and proposal, then they go and negotiate that. Debt swap is still something that a lot of people do not believe in, and especially the financial people, you will have a hard time, because I had a hard time trying to convince them that it is something that's positive, because they see all this environment stuff and they don't really understand that. And in the case of Seychelles, because we had already quite a lot of debt relief, the amount of money that was eligible for debt swap was relatively small, so it was not that huge. So once we were able to do that, we went out to the Paris Club and we negotiated the deal, and Seychelles was able to swap 21.6 million US dollars using the debt we had with the UK, with France, Italy, and Belgium. It could be one more country that I missed out, but these were the main ones that were prepared to participate, and we got I wouldn't call it debt relief, because you have to repay that money because you're swapping it to be repaid in our local currency, but you won't repay back to the creditors, but you will finance projects within your country. So 5% debt relief was given to the country. And also we were able to raise $5 million US from philanthropists, as part of the whole amount of money that we required for us to buy back the debt. And that also has to be transferred into finance nature conservation and at the same time climate action in Seychelles. So we were able to close that, and the main outcome from the debt swap for Seychelles was that we were able to create SECAT, which is a fund which is fully capitalized by the proceeds coming out of the debt swap. And there's about 280,000 US dollars every year that is available for financing of projects, small projects in Seychelles, and anybody can apply for it as long as you are either an organization, it could be public, private, or an individual wanting to do research, or a company. So you can access the funds by sending in projects. And at the same time, we've got a endowment fund that is currently being capitalized, and in 20 years we'll be able to use that money when the repayment has been completed. We also did a marine special plan, which is for the whole EEZ, which was one of the first in the world. And at the same time, we were able to generate a lot of information about the oceans and a lot of different activities that we hadn't done before. So now, how many minutes do I have?
Thank you so much. Yeah, if you have one final thing to say, but
no, I have a couple.
Okay.
All right.
1 more minute, maybe.
Okay, I'll go straight to what is it that the Nordic countries can do. I think the Nordic countries can do a lot. First of all, they need to invest in capacity building. The thing about debt swap is that it's still very much unknown. I've seen that there's a lot of publication now that is taking place about case studies and. Pardon?
Just bring it closer.
Okay, I thought you could hear me. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of case studies that has been published so far, but I think it is necessary for countries like the Nordic countries to invest in capacity building for especially financial people and others, for them to better understand what is this thing about debt swap, because they don't see it as necessarily a solution. there's quite a bit of work to be done there. But also to help the countries to better prepare, because if you're going to do a debt swap, you need to be well prepared. It takes time, it takes investment, and you need to be able to prepare these feasibility studies. You know, you need to design your initiative, and you need to know who you're going to negotiate with. You need to identify the funds that are eligible for swapping and all that sort of thing. So it's quite a bit of work that you need to do, and you need time. It's not something that you do overnight. It takes quite a bit of time and convincing, and you need to convince the top leadership of the country for them to do it. And there's a lot also of diplomatic work that needs to be done if you're doing it at bilateral level between countries. The second one is invest in research and publication of best practices and guidelines of how countries should go about it and what's the best way to do it. Thirdly, they should engage also in debt swap. I've just heard that they don't have much bilateral debt, but even a small one will give credibility to the whole thing rather than sitting on the sideline. And thirdly, engage with countries that within the EU, as it has been said already, on this subject, not necessarily directly to engage, but by engaging, get a better understanding of what it is and how can it be used as an innovative financing for debt swap. Especially now, after COVID, a lot of countries do have a lot of debt, and financing of climate action in many countries will be stalled because these countries, they've had major economic problems recently. Fourthly, finance a mechanism or create some sort of a financing framework within one that already exists, if not a new one, of how to help countries to do this. As I've said, to do a debt swap, you need to do studies, based feasibility studies. You need to understand the whole process, and it can cost you up to $500,000 to do it properly, by engaging the right financial experts and bringing in the people, going through all the different, studies that needs to be done and negotiations that needs to be done. So some countries will need help to be able to do that properly. So if there's a fund that they can tap into, even if it's within the Green Climate Fund, then that will definitely help a lot for countries to engage in it, at least, and better understand, how they can do it and do it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Didier. Yeah, passing over to Sophie.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, my name is Sophie de Koning. I work for the UN Capital Development Fund, and I don't work on debt swap at all, but it's perhaps to bring but it's been in our mind because we do work with countries in helping them set up financing systems to channel climate finance, and it could be different type of climates to the local level. And we do work with a few Nordic countries and others that were listed by Didier, so we thought when we're approached, perhaps share another perspective that it would be a good idea. So this particular approach is helping countries working with ministries in charge of finance, in charge of local governments, in charge of climate change, or other similar entities by mandate to establish a grant window into their fiscal transfer system to the local authorities. So it's really designed within a country system, and it can absorb different types of finance. So by that, often we start with countries helping them access bilateral climate finance. We do work with them to access Green Climate Fund or Adaptation Fund. Some of them put some of their domestic resources in it. Some of them use budget support. I'll come to that. And so it speaks perhaps so other types of finance and perhaps, finance freed up through swaps could be channeled to that system. Now, that system is, as it established, it's aligned with the decentralization policies of the country, it's aligned with their NDC, and it's a way to localize the NDC or the National Adaptation Plan. So it creates this grant window. Here it's this mini acronym. It's a performance-based grant for those who perhaps work in the field of decentralization. It means that it's not a result-based financing as such, or at least that's not how we qualify it, but the local authorities have to meet certain conditions to access the grants, so there are checks and balances, and they are also invited to work towards certain performance measures, and they are assessed every year in how they're doing with the grant they get. They get a score. If they do better, they get more grants or more finance, and if they do less well than their neighboring districts or communes, they will get less. So you have built-in traceability, additionality, and some form of accountability and reporting on what the finance is used for at the local level. So they can use, they use the finance typically within their own system of local planning budgeting, and they do the procurement, so it's fully on budget. Some would qualify it as a form of earmarked conditional budget support because it's on budget. However, it's targeted for climate change adaptation. So there is that. It's also multi-sectoral, and we see benefit typically with other SDGs. So there is a need for the local government to justify that it's used to address certain local risks, certain adaptation priorities, but they can choose. We see over the portfolio that they tend to invest more in general, and I'll come to which countries we work in because that's perhaps going to help. So those are the countries that are either establishing a system like that, all the ones in blue, all on demand. They ask for these financing mechanisms to be put in place. And those others in the other colors are actually already using it. So as the countries use this system, we will observe that in general, over now a sample of 2,000 investment in 20 countries, they will invest largely in agriculture, so with mitigation, with SDG co-benefits in that area. They will invest in water. They might invest in disaster risk reduction, and about a third will have a component of sustainable natural resource management. But it's also aligned with their own local priorities, and also in general the priorities of the government as it relates to the mandate of local government. So as you see, many least developed countries, African nations, and I think 7 or so small island developing states. Now, the countries that actually you saw on the map, some of them have scaled up to 100 local authorities, 40 local authorities, sometimes in very large countries like Mozambique, 100 local authorities in Bhutan, and so on. And Bhutan in particular has used budget support to go to scale. So there you can start perhaps seeing the kind of parallelism, or we can imagine a parallelism with what was presented earlier in terms of what the swap can be used in terms of budget support operation. Now this particular instrument was documented with the countries that are using it, and we developed an ISO standard 14093 because we think it's an instrument that then can be used by others. So we've UNCDF has helped designing it, testing it, and now it's documented. And we do see an interest from a number of in addition to the budget support operation I mentioned, by a number of multilateral development banks, because they are used to work with similar instruments for decentralization. So it's kind of the next generation, if you want, of fiscal decentralization for verifiable climate change local action. It's also been picked up by a number of UNFCCC bodies and report, and it starts now also being known by some of the climate funds. So we haven't worked on this, but that's something that has been somehow a bit in our mind. Would it make sense or not to try to link the use of that particular financing system in some countries with a swap to channel in a system once it's already introduced and fairly consolidated, of course. So that's what I wanted to share, and happy to exchange, of course. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Last but not least, Soha.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I will. My name is Zoha. I'm a researcher at SEI. I also don't do any research on debt for climate swaps, but I mainly work on kind of the equity of climate finance and loss and damage finance more broadly. So I'll be coming to this from that perspective. So I thought that it would be important to start with recognizing that a lot of the debt that countries currently hold is a direct result of historical legacies of colonial extraction and exploitation. We know that the current debt crisis can be traced back to European colonialism when a lot of resources were extracted by the global north from the global south, and that really undermined the ability that they had themselves to invest in their own development, and hence led to a lot of this borrowing. And we also know that loans were granted by the World Bank to colonial powers during that time, which led to this debt that has been left by countries that were formerly colonized, and they're still holding a lot of that debt. And so that, combined with being left with less resources to develop, leading to more borrowing, has trapped them in this debt cycle. We also know that those same legacies of colonial extraction are at the root of the current climate crisis. And so what I would like to highlight is that there's kind of almost a double historical responsibility for the need for compensation and reparations, not only for climate impacts and historical differences in contributions to climate change, but also for historical legacies of colonialism. And I thought that was an important framing of how we're thinking about and talking about debt. And so like I said, I'm not an expert on this, but I have read a little bit, and I think what I was really struck by was the limitations of debt for climate swaps, particularly from this kind of equity and justice perspective. I would recommend this kind of position paper by Climate Action Network, which really goes into quite a bit of detail, highlighting some of the limitations of debt for climate swaps and how they're not really the only solution here, and need to be augmented and with other aspects. But really, one of the issues is that they do give a disproportionate power to donors or funders to dictate how the swaps are used, and I think Sejal highlighted really nicely how to move away from that and towards more programmatic approaches to enable that country ownership and recipient ownership over how funds are used. I think the main issue is that it doesn't always translate into the necessary cash flow that you would need to actually invest in and implement climate finance projects, and particularly because the swap itself is not significant enough to invest in something larger scale. So I think that is also worth considering. The high transaction costs was also mentioned, I think, by somebody else. And I think most importantly, I think they've kind of been used historically as kind of an excuse to absolve developed countries of their responsibility to provide new and additional climate finance. Because it can, be counted as a potential replacement, and there are questions of whether, the 100 billion target, would these count within that contribution or not, for example. And so, it's easy for countries to implement something like this and say that they've provided climate finance when it doesn't necessarily always translate into climate finance projects and measures. So I think that is also interesting. And so, taking into account that historical context and the kind of moral and ethical argument combined with these limitations, I would put forward the argument that it's really debt cancellation that we should be arguing for, and then to complement debt cancellation with new and additional climate finance. So if that makes sense. On the case of loss and damage, so we've done a lot of research on really how to operationalize the new loss and damage fund and how to make sure that finance for loss and damage reaches the local level and reaches those communities who are most vulnerable and most affected by climate impacts. The context in which debt for climate swaps have been discussed in this is mainly as kind of an innovative financing mechanism to kind of complement and feed into this. But developing countries have largely been calling for kind of grants-based public finance for loss and damage because the kinds of impacts that are faced would require large-scale infrastructure projects like to rebuild and recover and rehabilitate people. But then there are also loss and damage is also so much more than that in terms of, addressing non-economic losses and damages. For example, the need for psychological support for communities that have been impacted. And then there are also ongoing slow onset events, and the conventional project-based model of financing that is applied in adaptation and mitigation doesn't necessarily apply when you need kind of urgent, immediate support, and when kind of realities on the ground shift and change a lot as climate impacts are increasingly occurring. So there's a question of whether debt swaps would apply in this case. One thing that has been discussed is potentially suspending debt repayments when an extreme weather event occurs or when loss and damage happens, to free up that immediate fiscal space. And that was something that was part of the Bridgetown initiative spearheaded by Mia Motley as one of the potential ideas to take forward, as well as kind of the need to provide increasing reconstruction grants in that context. You could also, as I was saying, the need to reach the local level, you could have as a condition of a debt swap that a certain proportion of funds are earmarked to go directly to the local level, for example. To enable kind of more recipient ownership in that context as well. And I think I've talked about the project-based model. So in terms of what Nordics can do, I think, since they're kind of stakeholders with broader development finance institutions and the IMF, I think just advocating more towards debt cancellation beyond debt for climate swaps would be valuable, and to kind of reframe the role and narrative of debt for climate swaps, to be transparent about their limitations and what they can and can't achieve, and make sure that they are complemented by new and additional public grants-based climate finance. Pauses in debt repayments could be an interim step, and that could be something that the Nordics could push for through engaging in the Bridgetown initiative, and I think enabling recipient ownership and devolved decision-making power as well in the climate finance discourse more broadly, and shifting more towards those models where countries and communities most affected are given the agency and autonomy to utilize funds according to their own needs and priorities. So I think I will stop there, short and sweet. Hope it was interesting.
Thank you so much, Suha. I think I want to personally also thank the panelists for a very balanced viewpoints on the perspectives and potential on debt for climate swaps, and I think it's really good to see all the sides and what we can do to reform it, if we should reform it or use it even, and also the experiences on the ground, how a debt swap implemented in a country, SDT elaborated on, can look like. So now we have very limited time left, but we have 3 minutes for questions if anyone of the audience wants to engage. Yeah.
So this question is for Ms.
1 second.
Thank you for the interesting discussions and the variation in the point of view. Actually, this new concept of debt for climate swaps is new for me, and this was very instructive. My question is for Ms. Sijal. You suggested the all creditors approach, and while I understand how we can approach the public sector and the multilateral institutions, I had questions regarding the private sector creditors and how to approach them, and how will they even participate in this whole, objective. And my second question is for Ms. Suha. It's about moving away from program-based model financing, so especially in loss and damage. Wouldn't this cause problems in traceability, accountability, and transparency of these funds and how they are spent? Maybe that would be an issue that we must consider.
Thank you for the question. And I completely agree with you. I think dealing with the private creditors and the privately held debt is more important now than it has ever been, because the private sector holds so much of the debt now. And it's completely right that they also need to be brought into these kind of transactions. And I think we do need to experiment with ways to try and bring them in. A lot of private sector companies do have sort of sustainability or climate commitments as well. And it is about trying to use those and play on those. But also, as I was saying, there's other actors that can help incentivize private sectors actors by, for example, if the multilaterals or the bilaterals provide credit guarantees or political risk insurance. This kind of de-risking helps to bring in also private sector actors into the mix, and then it's about trying to find the right incentives and the right roles for the different types of creditors, and to try and build an agreement based on that. And as Didier was saying, it does take a long time. It's a big process. Actually, there might be, was there private sector debt involved in the Seychelles?
No, Seychelles was purely bilateral, but Gabon, Belize, and I think Barbados and also Ecuador are all commercial loans.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess it's learning from these transactions and also trying to build, and that's why also I think it's so important to try and build these kind of instruments into the international architecture. So having the World Bank or the IMF or some sort of institution being a home to support, like the Paris Club is to the G20 countries, to support these kind of instruments, because it helps build this kind of clause of comparability for creditors to try and help incentivize private sector creditors to also come in. But yeah, maybe I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Passing over to Zoha.
Yeah. Yes, very good question. So I think the challenge or the problem with project-based finance is the lack of continuity, right? You have kind of one project, you implement it, and then it ends, and then you move on. And that it really doesn't work in the case of loss and damage, because first of all, you need the flexibility on the ground, because things shift and change, and impacts occur and cascade and compound on each other. And so you really need to be able to shift and change plans on the ground as needs change, and as communities are increasingly affected, and so you need that flexibility. But then also you need the continuity, so that at the same time as you are recovering and rebuilding your homes and livelihoods, you're also becoming more resilient to future climate impacts. You're also investing in adaptation at the same time as you're recovering from loss and damage. You're investing in development and poverty reduction. And so it's hard to fit all of that into like a neat-sized project, right? And so what we've been looking into is having more programmatic finance, where you have finance as direct budgetary support to country governments that gives them the flexibility to implement this according to their own needs and priorities. And I think you could still track and label that as kind of different streams of finance for transparency purposes. And you could also, I think the challenge with accountability is that we're often only being held accountable to funders or donors, but there's not always that downward accountability to recipients, right? So I think making sure that you're being accountable to recipients as well as funders, I think is key there. And I think, yeah, like investing in these kinds of tracking systems would still enable that sense of transparency without putting in the limitations of a project-based model.
Great. We are a bit over time, so I'm looking at the organizers if we have time for one more question, or if there is one, actually. All right.
Sorry, I think this question is probably for Didier, but you talked about the difficulties of engaging finance ministries, and I just wondered if you could go into a bit more detail about why that is so difficult, and what the right arguments are from a Minister of Environment or Climate Change, both in a global north country and in a global south country, to try and get that engagement from ministries of finance.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, you would think that it will be straightforward, that the Ministry of Finance will be on board when it comes to some form of debt relief, but they're not. because a lot of debt swap, when you start talking about it, it's about, you know, environment gains, and they don't fully understand all this environment stuff. You know, that's not their baby. For them, I think it has been said, they would prefer you go in and you get debt relief, and that's it. You know, if you have debt and you say, you know, I would like to renegotiate, restructure my debt, this is the sort of language they understand, you know. So they would go there, they would renegotiate the debt, they would get debt cancellation, debt relief. This is their stuff. And normally it's, I would agree, I mean, you have already said that this should be the first step. Now, if you can't get the, you know, the debt cancellation, but debt swap is the next best thing that you can do. So you should not write it off, because at the end of the day, the debt is not canceled, but the advantage you have is that you repay the debt by investing it in your country. The money remains in your country, and instead of having to find, you know, foreign exchange for you to repay the debt, which put a lot of burden on your fiscal operations and financial situation, you can use your own money, your own currency, for you to finance the project internally. So you are solving a number of fiscal problems that normally you would not be able to if you were not doing the debt swap. But it's true, it's the financial people do not fully are on board with this, and that's why there's a lot of work that needs to be done. That's why I spoke about the capacity building that needs to be done, so that to get the financial people on board.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. I think with these final words, I would also want to stress that we have 3 events on debt swaps, or at least on the sovereign debt problem at COP this morning, today and tomorrow. I think this also shows there's some momentum for this topic, and I'm really happy to see more fruitful discussions on debt for climate swaps and its potential. Thank you so much.